Are you good? Okay. And Jenny, are you all set? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get logged in here. Is it the same information as it was yesterday? Yeah, can you give me the thing?
Pages? That's just
Thank you. All right, the court is on the record in 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez appears today with counsels Ms. Devereaux and Ms. Trujillo. Mr. Peralta and Mr. McCormick appear today for the state. We come on for day 8 of jury trial, and we are outside of the presence of the jury. Before I brought Ms. Varela back up, I just wanted to make sure there weren't any issues that we needed to address outside of her presence. Anything? That's okay. Anything from the defense before we resume?
Yes, Judge. We received additional discovery yesterday afternoon through, I guess, Miss Lilly had given the prosecution some more information. I'm assuming from what her team had investigated back in 2022 is what it sounds like. I believe it's related to potential 404B that we had dealt with yesterday. We received a memo including some photos that were taken by their defense investigator in 2022. It appeared that some photos might be missing from that, but also we received a snippet, essentially a few paragraphs in quotes from a supposed report. I'm assuming it was from a larger report about an interview that was done with Hosanna Varela, who I think kind of maybe might be a witness to some of this 404B. So based on Rule 16, I believe that Ms. Lilly has essentially investigated this case. She's participated in the investigation or the evaluation of the case as defined in Rule 16 and has reported it to the district attorney's office. So I do believe that the district attorney is now essentially has control over these reports. We would be asking for the full report. It includes a witness statement. So I think Rule 16 is pretty clear that we should be able to have all witness statements, especially if we're discussing this 404B issue. I would note.
Are you arguing essentially that Ms. Lilly is in the same position as a law enforcement agency?
I'm arguing that she is now.
Okay.
I'm looking at Rule 16. It's subsection 3 under Part 1 states the prosecution's obligations under this Section A, which is what I'm citing in regard to witness statements, extend to material and information in the possession or control of. Sorry, I apologize. Information in the possession or control of members of his or her staff or of any others who have participated in the investigation or evaluation of the case. It does say who either regularly report, however, it does say, or with reference to the particular case have reported to his or her office. This is now the second time throughout this trial that Ms. Lilly has reported to the prosecution. The first time had happened last week when our investigator had gone up and approached Hosanna Varela and asked her a question. Ms. Lilly then went to Ms. Hosanna Varela, and we received this in discovery as well, where Ms. Lilly wrote her a note and said, what did the defense investigator talk to you about? And then Hosanna Varela wrote this note back. I do understand that there is a sequestration order. I think that might be an issue to flesh out later once we receive this larger report from 2022. I understand that Ms. Varela is here as her client is testifying, so there might be some Fifth Amendment concerns, and I understand the ability for her to be in the courtroom for that. However, when she spoke with Ms. Varela, Hosanna Varela, this was prior to Ms. Lilly's record yesterday that the prosecution had called her off of her subpoena. My understanding is Ms. Lilly had put on the record yesterday in front of the court that we might need to take a break or something along the lines at 3 p.m. as she needed to go watch another prelim of a co-defendant. And at that point, she said the prosecution had just called her off of her subpoena. So Ms. Lilly is sitting in court, appears to be listening to the testimony and then providing investigation based on that, and specifically only gave us a snippet of an entire witness that she then gave the prosecution yesterday. So pursuant to Rule 16, we are asking for the entire report from their investigator in regard to this Nissan Altima, Nissan Rogue car accident back in March of 2022 is when they had investigated it.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Pralia, can you tell me when you received this information and when you turned it over?
We received it yesterday at 2:38 p.m. while in court, and provided it in person after the break and then through e-discovery within that hour. Make further record if the court needs. It has always been the intention, I guess, since the court had said we need to pick and choose who would sit in court and who would be available as a potential witness between Miss Lilly and Mr. Coleman, that for purposes of being present in court for her client, that Miss Lilly would be present and would discuss anything that she needed to. I know their investigator is present. Again, not subpoenaed as a witness. I think their interest towards their client remains. They're still on the case as active attorneys and investigators. I received the information, I turned it over. It's not my intention to admit these photos at this point. I can tell the court that I'm gonna just generally talk about the 404B events altogether and move on.
All right, thank you. So I am going to deny the request as it's framed as a discovery request. I would note that earlier this week, the Supreme Court announced in re People v. Silva Jaquez, cited as 25 CO 11. As indicated in that court, the court has no freestanding authority to order discovery in a criminal case beyond what is provided by constitutional provision, statute, or rule. Nothing in Rule 16 contemplates a court being able to order a district attorney's office compel a private citizen to turn over materials. Rule 16 specifically references governmental personnel. Does not appear that Ms. Lilly meets that criteria, so I don't find that the court has the authority to grant the relief requested. Anything else from the defense before we bring the Ms. Varela back up?
Yes, just for clarification, I guess, how is the court distinguishing Ms. Lilly when she's actively investigating the case and providing that information to the district attorney during trial while her client is testifying?
She's not a law enforcement person. She's not a government personnel.
The Rule 16 says that the individual must be inserting themselves into the investigation. Is the court finding that Ms. Lilly is not inserting herself into the investigation?
Quote me that language from 16?
Yes. The prosecuting attorney's obligations under the Section A extend to material and information in the possession or control of members of his or her staff or any others who have participated in the investigation or evaluation of this case, and to either regularly report or, with reference to the particular case, have reported to his or her office.
So I don't see that she's participated in the investigation just because she has material. I don't think she's tasked with investigating this case. So I don't find that she's covered by Rule 16. So I'm going to deny that request. All right. Anything else from the defense before I bring up Ms. Varela?
No.
Anything from the state?
No.
All right. We'll bring up Ms. Varela and we'll resume.
Can the court tell me, have we admitted 212 then?
We've conditionally admitted it, and I don't think we've re-referenced it since then.
Okay, I'll formally admit it then.
And have you, I don't think, from the defense, have you seen the copy after it's been redacted? Just to confirm that it's consistent with the court's order regarding redaction. What's that? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. We addressed that issue. I'm sorry. I forgot.
I do think there is an issue we need to take up. I apologize, I just remembered it.
All right. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I would ask for a contemporaneous instruction from the court regarding this 404B evidence, that it be a limiting instruction. I apologize. I meant to write it last night and was doing other things. If the court wants, I can type something up really quickly, but I would be requesting a contemporaneous limiting instruction before the jury hears all of this 404B evidence.
And can you give me just the sort of the general character of it, and then I'll review whatever you type up, but just so that we can discuss it now before you do.
I mean, I think that's more of a question for Mr. Correlia, but I think the limiting instruction should say something along the lines of it cannot be considered in terms of propensity, bad character, and it can only be considered for the very limited purpose of the reason why the court's letting this in, which is why she didn't go to the police after the events of October 2nd and October 3rd.
And Mr. Praley, can you give me the state's position?
I think the court has let it in for a purpose or multiple purposes. I can decide on what that pertains to. I do think it goes to her state of mind, her fear, the context of the relationship at the time of the event, and the history of abuse.
Can you guys just quickly confer to see if you can agree on language on that instruction and then email it over? And if you can't agree, then we'll address the dispute. So.
I got tied up with other things last night, so
No, I understand. I'll give you a couple minutes here to confer, and if you can agree on language.
So it's DO2. Evidence.
Say for the purpose of failure to report.
Crime is prosecuted in this case. Not in general. You're not gonna say for any reason.
I think for the failure to report. So, yeah, do you think that the purpose is basis for the failure to report? Take that, I mean, that encompasses fear and abuse, right? I mean, it's very limited, right? That's fine.
So this is how it would be. The only is the exact language. Aaron, we have an agreement. You want me to email?
Yes, if you could, please.
Do you want it as a Word doc or just copy and paste?
DO2, well, that's what we're dealing with, right?
Yeah, DO2.
DO2, it's the.
Sorry.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Devereaux, what was your question?
Do you want me to email it in a Word document for the appellate purpose, or do you want me to just copy and paste it into an email?
So whatever you send me with the instruction, we'll upload for the appellate record. So if it's just an email, that would probably include
Okay.
email addresses and such. So if you don't want that necessarily included as part of the record, a document would be better.
You may not consider it for any other reason.
Right.
So I'm just saying, stick with the DO2 language.
Is that right, Sonia? Document would be better.
If you just track the language and say it's for the limited purpose of failure to report, I'm fine with it. But I just want it to be the quality language. Like I'm saying, I want to take out.
I'm working on it. I'll just copy and paste it.
Gotcha.
Your Honor, there is an agreement. I'm just
Okay.
trying to open my email.
Sure.
My email wouldn't open.
So let me put one additional thing on the record, Judge.
Go ahead.
As to the car incident, we were provided photos. There's a variety of discussions of cars throughout these 404B incidents. To be clear, there's an incident where she's like chased at a park. There's another incident where like this car is hit. That's where the photos are. I'm not
Your
going.
Honor, I'm going to be objecting to Ms. Varela hearing this, so if we can need to approach, that's fine, but I don't believe it's proper for her to hear about these prior DV incidents and the prosecution's account of them before she testifies to them.
All right. Go ahead and come up and let's get this figured out.
That's fine. I really just need Miss Lily. Well, that's fine.
All right. Anything else that we need to address before we bring the jury in?
No.
Okay. And anything from the defense before we bring the jury in?
Can I just have a moment? He just handed me something.
Sure. Oh, and I'm sorry. Have you guys emailed the instruction over yet?
No, I just got my,
Okay. Sonia, I need the instruction before you bring them out. Sorry.
There'll be one thing before it, so as long as it gets emailed within the next.
can you email it? My Outlook's not working. I just changed it to, can you email it to her? Thanks.
I'm just gonna approach.
Okay.
232 is making.
You let me know when you get that email.
While we're waiting, can I approach just to see how far we are in our exhibits?
Sure. Sure. On defense exhibits. I think the last one, so I have, sorry, give me a second. I have single Q from MM inclusive, and then there's a gap, and then you introduced QQ, A, and B. As far as, sure, this might not make any sense, but so here's what I don't have admitted in terms of the order. I don't have A, B, or C. I have D. I do not have A through H. I do have I through M. I do not have N, O, or P. And then, as I've stated, I have Q through double M. And then I don't have anything else until QQ, A, and B.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Did you get that email?
It's right there.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Pereira, it sounds like this is an agreement. You agree with this language?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to rely on the parties to tell me when they want me to read that. So just let me know when it's an appropriate time to read this instruction.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Varela, since we're beginning a new day, I'm going to swear you in again. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Praley, you may resume.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, you were asked extensively about incidents where you and Ms. Rodriguez were actually apart during the time period after the murder and prior to your arrest,
Yes.
right? I'm going to approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 232, previously shown to defense.
232? All right.
Do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a screenshot of Stacy's messages that I screenshotted.
Okay.
And
Would that have been on your iCloud, ma'am?
yes.
And do you see in that metadata on the right side of that it deals with October 22nd, 2021?
Yes.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in it?
Yes.
And can you just generally describe what it is?
She's at my kids' dad's house. She took a picture of it. I could see his car and the house. I recognize it.
Okay. If we could move to admit and publish 232 at this point?
Any objection to 232?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 232, and you may publish at your discretion.
All right, ma'am. Up at the top, we see that it says Stacy.
Yes.
Who's that referring to?
Stacy. That was her contact in my phone.
Okay. Is that the defendant?
Yes.
And then what does it say, ma'am, to the best of your ability to read it?
It says, Hosanna, please. And then it says, answer or is Javi. And then she says, I'm telling you right now, it's me or Javi's going to do with it. I think she meant deal with it. She's like, so where are you at?
Speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Ms. Varela, if you'll just read what's on there.
She's, and then it says, so WYA,
What does that stand for?
where are you at?
Okay.
And then she's like, I'm picking you up. And then there's a picture of her outside Javi's house. And then she said, hurry up.
Okay. I think we can take that down at this point. Now might be a good time to read the limiting instruction.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have one instruction for you before we receive additional testimony. The evidence you are about to hear is being presented for the limited purpose of failure to report the crimes prosecuted in this matter only. You may not consider it for any other reason. All right, Mr. Perelia, go ahead and continue.
All right. Ma'am, to be clear, when you initially testified, you had discussed being scared
Yes.
of telling the police or anything like that.
Yes.
And you were cross-examined as to that. And now, ultimately, you're able to provide a basis of your fear. Is that fair to say?
Right.
In your proffer interview on June 8th, 2022, do you recall stating a variety of assaults that had occurred to you?
Yes.
Okay. And a variety of injuries that had happened to you at the hands of Stacy?
Yes.
To your lips, to your face, to your eye?
Yes.
Dealing with the Kayleen
Objection
aspect?
leading.
I'll allow this question to sort of frame the witness as to the topic, but Mr. Perelia, once you have that so framed, I'd ask that you mind the manner of your questions.
I understand. For a variety of injuries to lips, face, eyes, others.
Yes.
Injuries to others of what you had witnessed, for example, Kayleen,
Yes.
who we've referred to as Isaiah, correct?
Yes.
Incidents dealing with cars that have been used against you
Yes.
at the use by the defendant.
And
Yes.
Mr. Perelia, I think the witness is sufficiently oriented as to the topic, so again, just mind the manner of your questioning.
Okay. Did you also tell Detective Burrows about an incident dealing with a knife that was put to you?
Yes.
Did you detail the time period of when your first fight happened to it continuing after the assault?
Yes.
Did you detail incidents with the defendant using her weight on you and others?
Yes.
And ultimately, ma'am, you discussed yesterday in questions to the defense that there was an escalation in abuse after Mr. Dickerson's death.
Yes.
Specifically, you noted that there was an incident with a knife.
Yes.
Can you outline that again for the jury?
Objection, asked and answer. This is bolstering. She's already described this.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
You can answer, ma'am.
I remember that night we were fighting and she had gotten on top of me, and I remember her pouring water or alcohol all over me. I just remember being wet, and she pulled out a knife and she put it up to my neck and she cut off all my clothes, and she said if I ever talked to my kids' dad again, she was gonna kill him. And so she made me lay there naked and she told me to go to sleep.
Okay. Now, you testified to that yesterday.
Yes.
You've testified to that today.
Yes.
Did you tell that to Detective Burrows during your proffer interview back in June of 22?
Yes.
Did you also write about it in your phone?
Yes.
Ma'am, there was the discussion about you never bringing up Joker or baby Joker, and that you had never discussed anything whatsoever about Stacy having any gang connections. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Do you recall an incident during the proffer interview where you were discussing that after the homicide, you had heard Stacy talking on the phone where she was whispering and you weren't certain who she was talking to or what she was talking about?
Yes.
And do you recall saying, throughout our relationship, she was associated with these people, I don't know, like her gang she was associated with?
Yes.
All right. If I can now approach with what's been conditionally admitted as 212, which is 3 pages. You can take a moment to look at that, ma'am. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yes.
And what is it?
They're my notes that I had put in my phone.
Okay. Are they fair and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to formally admit 212 with permission to publish.
All right, and Ms. Devereaux, considering all previous objections maintained, is there anything additional as to 212?
Nothing additional, thank you.
All right, thank you. I will admit into evidence states 212, and you may publish at your discretion.
All right. Hopefully we can zoom in. Well, all right. Ma'am, would this be, I know it's a little cut off because the left, would this be note number 1?
Yes.
All right. And to be fair, there's a screenshot or an image. It's IMG 1297.png.
Yes.
Okay. And did you, I guess, have a habit of screenshotting certain conversations and then attaching them or sending them?
Yes.
Okay.
I would attach them to my notes. And
Okay. And so in this first aspect, can you describe what it says first off?
it says, if only you know I have to stay laying low because of what happened. Stacy's truck is hot. They're looking for it. And having my kids inside is putting them in danger. Being out in public is putting them in danger. I can't be home right now.
Okay. And that's from October 13th, 2021, below that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we could scroll down to 2, a couple days later on October 17th, if you could read that to the jury.
I feel trapped, like I'm screaming and no one can hear me. I feel as if I'm in an igloo and I'm running in circles trying to get out. I'm scared to leave her. I can't be by myself for more than an hour. I want to be with my kids. I want to hang out with Javi, but I can't. She told me, if you go with anyone else, it's not just on you anymore, it's on them too. So choose wisely who you'll be with. And I believe her because I've seen what she can do. I need help, but I'm scared. She won't leave me alone. She won't. I'm sorry, Javi. I'm sorry to my kids. Please know that I love you. Please don't ever forget that.
Okay, ma'am. A few clarifying questions about this. You had specifically put that she told me, and then you quote, who is she?
Stacy.
Okay. And then you said, if you go with anyone else, it's not just on you anymore, it on them too, so choose wisely who you'll be with, end quote. And then the part after that, you said, and I believe her because I've seen what she can do. In the body of this, it's stating that this is from October 17th, 2021.
Yes.
So that would be exactly 2 weeks after this homicide.
Yes.
The homicide you witnessed.
Yes.
When you describe that you've seen what she can do,
Yes.
what are you referring to?
I was there when she killed him.
Okay. Scrolling down to October 3rd, is that fair that you just write that in the body, but there's not actually something attached at that point, like you had started it?
Right.
Okay. If we could scroll down to 4. All right, ma'am. Can you read us the note on November 2nd, 2021, that is note 4 on Exhibit 212?
Yeah. I said, I feel so alone right now. All my emotions are bottled up. I feel like I can't be my own person. I'm always being watched, followed, controlled, to the point I can't even look in a certain direction. Stacy has threatened Javi's life so many times where she told them to do it, to actually do it. I'm so torn and hurt. I'm scared to even move a finger because of one wrong move, she'll do it. And it's not a threat because I've seen her do it with my own eyes. She's keeping me from having my kids 24/7 because when I want to pick them up, it's a problem, or if I'm taking too long, or even if I walk them to the door. Seeing Javi broke my heart because I feel like I'm only with Stacy for Javi, not because I want to be. When I wanted to leave one night drunk, she held me down, put a knife to my body and neck, told me if I leave, she's killing him. She poured water in my face, cut all my clothes off with the knife, saying, I like the way your body looks, made me be completely naked and told me to go to bed. I had bruises and little cuts on my body.
And ma'am, is this specifically the incident that you discussed at the proffer?
Yes.
Yesterday?
Yes.
Today?
Yes.
And you wrote about it on November 2nd, 2021.
Yes.
And then above, again, you had said that you're scared to even move a finger because one wrong move shall do it. And it's not a threat because I've seen her do it with my own eyes.
Yes.
What are you referring to?
Again, asked and answered.
I'll allow the question.
That, I seen him bleeding out, and I was there when she killed him.
Okay. All right, and then note 5. This is a long one, is it fair to say?
Yeah.
If you can begin reading it for the jury.
I said, I was living good. I was 21 years old with 3 beautiful children, together with my high school sweetheart for 8 years. We've been living on our own since 18 years old. We both had nice cars, good jobs, but the last 8 months of our relationship started June 2020. I started to distance myself from us. I wasn't feeling loved. I was crying every night. I was preparing myself to leave. Then in February 2021, I cheated on him with Stacy. We got into it and cops were called. A whole world flipped upside down. Having to learn how to live with 3 kids on my own and working at JBS nights was rough. Learning to live without someone you've been with for 8 years was something else. I met Stacy at JBS and she made me feel like I was the most beautiful girl out there. She did everything that was missing from Javi. She started to stay with me every night after Javi and I separated. Leaving a healthy 8-year relationship, February 2021, remembering childhood trauma, learning how to heal from that, getting physical with Stacy, chasing me with her car, spitting in my face, on top of me and couldn't leave, hitting me with her car, fucked up my face to the point I couldn't even see from my eye. Lost my job April of 2021, fell into a deep depression, started to do coke 4 times a week and drink a lot on the weekdays. I would go days without eating and just drinking my pain away. It says tried to end my life a couple of times by taking pills and drinking. Started to harm my body to cope with everything. It says July. In August, I lost my apartment and became homeless. Was staying at my grandma's house here and there. Mid-August, I walked in with my aunt touching my daughter while she was asleep. In September, lost my car. At this point, I was done. Tried to end my life again. I literally felt like I had nothing. Lost everything within 7 months. Only thing I kept fighting for was for my daughter. Didn't think anything else could have got worse. But then on October 3rd, I witnessed a traumatic death right in front of my eyes. I don't know to deal with this pain anymore. It felt like I was getting better. I wasn't drinking so often. I was mentally getting better, looking for jobs, a place to stay. But this, I can't even talk to anyone about this. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know how to handle anything. I feel so numb to everything. I just can't believe any of this is happening. I'm not strong. I can't fucking do it anymore. And then I put, if anyone sees this and I lost my battle, just know I tried. I tried my hardest. I want to say I love you, Javi. Right after witnessing someone get murdered, I had a whole anxiety attack. And my safe place was laying down in the apartment with you and the kids. When I'm nervous or having attack, I think about you. You're my safe place. I felt homesick right after, and my home was in your arms. Javi, if you see this, I just want to say I'm sorry. The time I didn't see the kids for 4 days and wasn't picking them up wasn't by choice. I can't leave Stacy. I'm scared because of what she's capable of. I want to keep you and my kids safe. I've been on the down low for a reason, but Javi, just know I think about you 24/7. I crave your hugs 24/7. I'm sorry I failed. I'm sorry I couldn't be the mom and the wife you guys deserve. Just know I'm fighting every day to stay alive. I love you, Javi, and please forgive me. I know you will be an amazing dad to the kids because you are. I know you'll remind them how much I love them and that I would do anything for them. Thank you to my mom and my sister. You guys have no idea how many times you've helped me mentally and physically. I love you guys so much. You two are the only ones who supported me, backed me up to the fullest. I'm sorry because it kills me inside, knowing if something would happen to me, your guys' world would fall apart. But please know I fought. I fought so hard. I love you guys. And to Stacy, the love I have for you is unexplainable. You've literally been by my side every step of this whole 8 months. You sat next to me while I drank and listened to me. You went out of your way to help me. We literally went through the same shit together. You slept in the car with me knowing you had your own bed. You offered to pick me up, my kids, when I had no car. To this day, you will put me first before yourself. It sucks because we both know we are toxic for each other. We never would have worked out because you're not good for me. You would have never built me into the woman I know I could have been. The love I had for you, Stacy, wasn't fake because I did love you. I will always depend your name and obviously keep it down for you. I'm sorry you met me at my lowest point in my life. I'm sorry we were both toxic for each other. I love you, Stacy. And last, to my babies, I am so sorry mommy failed you guys. Please, please, please don't ever forget that I love you. Mommy fought hard to be the best for you guys. Your hugs, your kisses is what kept me going. Please don't ever blame this on you guys because you guys were my everything. Literally my world. I love you, DeAndre, Jasmine, and Anai. I will always be with you guys. Mommy loves you so much, my babies. Tonight, while I was making dinner, literally my heart was so heavy hearing my kids laugh and playing, knowing I might not be here very long. I don't know why I wrote this, but I feel like everything happens for a reason. I love you.
Was that from October 6th, 2021 at the bottom?
Yeah.
One last thing, ma'am. There was a lot of discussion yesterday in your cross-examination about where these notes came from, if they were written by the defendant, all those things. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to come back to you with 220. And is it fair to say there are 6 pages on this?
Yes.
And I want to go through some of that. Ultimately, you provided these notes, as well as the note to Flood, to your attorneys. Fair?
Yes.
And I'm handing you what's 204. As to 220, instead of passing it around to each person, Your Honor, we have taken photographs of 220 by the pages so that we could go through it. I will direct her on that. I just want to make sure that's clear so that we're not passing that, and then we can formally admit the pictures of it after.
That's fine.
All right, if we could put up 220 on page 1. Ma'am, is that fair to say it's pretty hard to read? Either in front, it's easier, I guess, in front of you than what would be up there, right?
Right.
You see where it starts with, "Hey, love"?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to try and read this, and then we're going to stop, okay, so that you don't have to read all of it after having just read that.
Okay.
Okay? Does it state, "Hey, love, I just read your letter, and yeah, I'm down to leave it in the past, like shit hurts, but I love you more than anything in this world, me more"?
Yes.
See that start? Remember the other messages involving me more?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That's what she would call me.
Okay.
Like my love or
And then it says, "You're my whole ass soulmate. Fuck this. Look like and on the Fetty Wap." Can you tell me what that means?
Fetty Wap. She would just use that term.
Okay. And then it says, "I will always keep my promise. I've been told you since day one that it's all on me." You see that?
Yes.
How did you interpret that promise of it's all on her?
She told me if I just say I didn't see, hear, or do anything, that she was going to take the blame for it.
Okay. And so is this note consistent with the original plan of you guys saying that you, specifically as to you, that you didn't see, hear, or do anything?
Yes.
And is that consistent then with the note to Flush that you got as well that's previously been admitted?
Yes.
Then it says, "I ain't no bitch. I know all the shit that's under my belt, mamas."
Yes.
Yeah. Does she discuss people being under her belt frequently to you?
Yeah. Like her bodies.
Okay.
The ones.
"I'm just sorry you're getting hurt in the process. Trust me, Ma, I do feel for you, but I'm going to fix it on my truck. I will." What's it mean, "I'm going to fix it on my truck"? Like swear on my truck?
Yeah.
What?
That's what she really liked her truck, so she would.
Okay. Are we dealing with the Chevy Tahoe? Is that what's considered the truck?
Yes.
And is that the vehicle that we saw, I guess, in the arrest video that was published to you?
Yes.
Okay. "You're my only worry during this. IDGAF about nothing else, even me." Help us out. What's IDGAF?
I don't give a fuck.
Okay. And it goes, "I'ma hold it down with the Fetty no matter what. Don't feel obligated to be nice or think you gotta be with me, 'cause it ain't even like that, Ma. I mean, like, I love you more than life itself, but go be happy when you out there. Don't trip about me. I'll be cool. You know I'm down for my shit, but anyways, don't worry about it. I give you my word, mamas."
Yes.
And then is it fair to say in that letter that it changes towards you?
Yes.
The next portion says, "Tell me why I'm so disappointed in the bitch you picked to fuck with. Why?"
Yes.
What are we dealing with there?
She was thinking I was with this girl while I was in county.
Okay, and then just a moment. Let me find out. You got feelings for the bitch, LMA or LMFAO? What's that?
Laugh my fucking ass off.
All right. Let me find out you get feelings for the bitch, LMFAO, no hate if you do, but her old married ugly ass, tell me why everyone calling her, and then it goes into everyone calling her monkey boy, little ape, etc.
Yes.
Okay. And then LMFACO. What is that?
I'm not too sure.
maybe I can't read the writing. Low key, I bothered by the fact that she knew you was my bitch and she still tried. And then we go LMFAO. I ain't the one with her nasty ass. All you need to know is that I don't want to see no funny shit up there who you been fucking with. But yeah, I maybe dodged?
Yeah, I think dodged.
Dogged and curved hella bitches. Been in intake all this time. What is intake? Like, is that a portion of the jail?
I think at the time it was like the COVID. They would put like hold you for in like intake for like 2 weeks. I think they had a certain pod
Okay.
for it.
But again, you received this letter in jail, right?
Yes.
And this is dealing about being in intake, and it's your belief that intake is part of the Weld County Jail.
Yes.
Okay. So she dodged and curved hella bitches, been in intake this whole time. So I was seeing new hoes like every 2 weeks. These hoes be thirsty, LOL. But I didn't want to fuck around on you, ma.
Yes.
Fair? So in that period, after talking about taking the blame for you, she ultimately is accusing you of being with other people and saying how she has not cheated on you.
Yes.
Flipping to the back of that page, it starts then with, until I started hearing shit, I wasn't hurt. And then I'll let the exhibit speak for itself. I was mad, like, if why that ugly hoe can just have what's mine. TF? What's TF?
The fuck?
So that ugly hoe can just have what's mine, the fuck, but it's WFU?
I don't know what that means.
Okay. But it's WFU. I'm gonna let it slide, LOL. But yo, lady or man, best stop her with I ain't these other hoes. If she get some to talk about, she can come to me because I ain't scared of none, LOL, right?
Yes.
And then right after that, is it fair that she says, bitch can be number 6 under my belt if you get my drift anyways?
Yes.
Okay. So previously you had discussed at length the fact that Miss Rodriguez is telling you that she has killed other people.
Yes.
Okay. And at the time, you had witnessed her kill someone.
Yes.
And she is telling you that's not the only one.
Yes.
Is this an example that she actually wrote this to you in jail on this letter?
Yes.
I low key ain't crazy no more. No mo. I be so calm. Laugh my fucking ass off. Just when it comes to you, I'll drag the devil himself. LOL. But tell you too. LOL, you sound different. SHM, is that shake my head?
Yes.
I was dying without you, me pinchy gordita hermosa. What's that?
She would call me that. It was like just one of her nicknames.
What's it mean?
I don't really know, honestly.
Okay. What you think about when you seen me? Do you even miss me? Who told you all that shit about me? Yeah, I gave up on life like 2 to 3 weeks ago because that little boy girl that goes to your door low-key hates me because the bitches she gets at all try and write me, but FW whoever you want, ma. Like I said, don't feel obligated to do anything. I've been good. What about you? Is that WBU?
Yes.
Okay. Ion, talk to the fam. Laugh out loud while my mom sometimes, cause Janira?
Janita, I think.
Okay. But money for the phone, I guess Victoria told her, I'm not going to read the next portion, what me and her did, so I'm assuming the low-key hate me, but when I talk to my mom, all she says is for me to tend them, she needs her car back, and that she's going to die. Do you recognize the people being discussed as being related to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And who are they?
Janita was a girl that she was with,
Okay.
and Victoria is like the sister of somebody. I really don't remember. It's like a family member, like a cousin of the family or something.
Okay. Could you tell that there was a connection specifically to the defendant and not from some other random person in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And then it goes down. She asks, how's your fam? I seen you on court walking in with your hair down, LOL. But whatever you want to ask, feel free. I love you, mi amor, 143, always and forever.
Yes.
Fair? I want to briefly move through this. Page 3, it's the portion written in pen. If you've scrolled to it, it's going to start with La Amor de mi vida, and then mi gordita hermosa up at the top. Do you see that? There's also a portion that would be blacked out. Do you see that? You'll have to unfold it, ma'am.
Yeah.
You're on the page? Okay. Talks about, I'm going to summarize some of this. I love you. I know you hate me. It eats me alive how much I've loved you. Honestly, I'll never love anyone like you. I reread your letter day and night. I ain't shit the part where you wish you never met me and you were sorry for using me because you were hurt. Got me thinking if it was even love. My love was pure with you. Goes on to talk about that she wanted nothing else but to love you and treat you like a queen. That she fought hard to change and be better. It hurts so fucking bad to hear that you hate her. So I heard about that fake ass lewd baby and your dumbass lady made I broke that shit apart with her ugly STD having ass. Is that another example of where she is accusing you of cheating on her in jail?
Yes.
Okay. Go get one, bro, because these bitches, she fucked you something, shake my head, happy I ain't fuck with them, but I ain't write you to talk shit, even though she just talked shit. Is that fair?
Right.
Okay. And then she goes, after I don't write you to talk shit, well, low key, LOL, because you about to make that old ass bitch get pimp handed. Is she quite being scared? LOL. JK, I'm actually being nice. And then laugh my fucking ass off. Nah, as a whole, as a lie, I've been so mean. It's so funny. It's only because she think you in love with her. Again, is that accusing you of cheating on her?
Right.
During this time at the jail, was she controlling?
Yes.
Okay. She says she only hated me because I guess you told her all kinds of fucked up shit out me that apparently everyone knows. I just think it's crazy how the excuse you gave for cheating was that he was all that you knew in this and that, and laugh my fucking ass off. But you go fuck nasty ass JS's? Honestly, all respect lost. That hoe is over here talking about you like y'all married or something about how you was all in love and shit's embarrassing. And it's embarrassing her. Laugh out loud. She said she only hated me because I guess you told her all kinds of fucked up shit out me. Apparently everyone knows. I just think it's crazy how the excuse you gave for cheating was that he was all you knew. Go on. You're fucking with some shorty, fucking around, want to believe all the shit that she was saying, but regardless of that, you shouldn't settle for a bitch. I'd like to think you're worth more than this bitch. Talks about how you piss her off. I miss you, and then the same sentence says, I miss you more than the whip. I officially say I love you, and then she says, but clearly you don't give a fuck, and I'll be missing you 24/7. Right?
Right.
General summary?
Yes.
Okay. Any doubt that portion is written by the defendant?
No.
Okay. Going to the next page, just briefly, again, I'm going to clarify it. Starts with, but sometimes. Do you see that up at the top, ma'am?
Yes.
But sometimes I think that you don't remember who I was when I looked into your eyes. I seen no more love, like it was just nothing. Hearing your voice felt so good. It's crazy how I'm willing to lose it all, but you couldn't even be loyal like anyone else's mindset would have been to fuck that bitch. It's like that, then a fucked up letter. Like, bro, I be feeling some type of way. I still wrote you I still wrote you a whole ass love letter because I want you to keep your head up, but I want you to understand how much I love the way it felt when I was apart from you. You had me crying like a bitch. I felt like my whole life was ripped apart from me, not even my own mom get that kind of hold on me. You're the love of my life, dude. I was supposed to be with you forever. You was supposed to love me like I love you. All I want is you through all this bullshit, right?
Right.
So she's saying in this letter that all she wants you to do is be done with this
Right.
or through it,
Yeah.
okay? Is you through all this bullshit. All I want is you to be happy, and if that means I got to deal with Fetty, then fuck it, because for you, baby, hell and back, thick and thin, all day, no matter what, even though you a stupid bitch, laugh my fucking ass off. I love your stupid ass, Ma. Tell that bitch, and then the N-word, right?
Right.
Okay. And then it says, then does it start talking, I guess, bad about Javi?
Yes.
Okay. And does it say, I still hate him, LOL. I checked this out. No matter if you see it or not, you will one day, that N-word will never love you like I do. I'm crazy, but when it comes to you, I'll drop anything and anyone, blood or not. Yeah?
Yes.
Every single one of them, MFS, love. You're the only reason my heart is still pumping. Without you, see no point in anything. You're my weakness and my strength all in one. I just wish you realized how much I love you. Right?
Right.
And then does it go on specifically to deal with the fact that it says, I fought so hard to be the only one for you. I got my mama over here crying, saying I chose you over her, that I chose you over my whole fam, and TBH, I don't regret it at all. This love I got for you is out of this world, bro. The promises I made when I gave you that ring, I plan on sticking to my word. Okay?
Yeah.
Were there relationship dynamics involving each of your families liking the other person and this relationship?
Like my family, like our families not liking each other,
Or just you guys being together? I mean, here we have the aspect of that she chose you over her family.
right. Yeah.
Was that conversations that you guys were having at that time?
Yes.
Does this further confirm that this letter was written by the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And then as this portion on this page 4, it deals with the promises I made when I gave you that ring. I plan on sticking to my word. Is that fair?
Yes.
And specifically in Exhibit 205, that was a prior text message conversation about I'll kill an MF for you, like 6 feet under, and that you're to keep that ring on. Do you
Right.
remember that?
Yes.
Would that connect that this again shows that this letter was written by this person, and that's specifically Stacy Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about that whatsoever?
No.
Okay. And then he goes down further on page 4 that I'll always love you no matter what, because the promise, it's real love. It doesn't go away like that. You're everything to me. You're like a drug to me. I'm fainting for your ass, dude. I just wish you felt the same way about me. I feel like it was nothing for you not to be around me while I'm over here losing my mind, and I still miss being laid up with your fine ass, baby. I love it. It hurts to hear all the fucked up shit about me Like, why you got to go and say some shit like that? I'm over here willing to keep Fetty and all this shit. His ugly ass comes with, do you realize all he comes with? Diapers, bottles, wipes, literally. Can you describe what's being talked about there?
I believe she's talking about Christopher.
Okay,
Objection, speculation.
okay,
All right, I'll sustain that objection and strike the witness's answer.
okay. And in terms of the aspects of what had previously occurred, doing anything for you, again, these notes would have happened after your arrest, fair?
Right.
And then in terms of the diapers, bottles, wipes, literally all that, and picking one versus the other, would you have kids in diapers at this time?
I did have a daughter in diapers.
Okay. And so in aspects of your relationship with Javi, was that always a point of contention in the previous aspect?
Yes.
Okay. Moving to page 5 just briefly, it starts that all the time and money probably for the rest of my life when you know his crybaby ass is both our problem. You see that?
Right.
Okay. But then it says, but if you keep fucking around and disrespecting my name, I'm assign the rights over to you and see how the fuck you like it. So your family could really have a reason to disrespect my name. Fair?
Yes.
And specifically it said how TF you like it. How do you interpret TF?
The fuck.
Okay. I love you more than anything, but don't play me stupid anymore. Show me some respect and loyalty. I'm not asking for your love. I assume you're far from that. But honesty, your actions are making me change my decision. So at this point, I love you enough to set out rules. Don't ever, ever, ever disrespect my motherfucking name again, and respect me enough to not fuck with no one like that. And trust me, I'll find out. When you go back, you gonna cut your fucking side, bitch, lady, ugly ass, dyke, 100% off. Don't sit with the bitch. Don't look at the bitch. Don't breathe around the bitch. Understand?
Yes.
Then it talks about unless she's worth it, and then it says her or your main threes. How many kids do you have?
3.
I trust that you'll make the right choice. Throughout this time, did you feel like your family was threatened?
Yes.
I still can't believe you let a bitch like that fuck you, bro. Then you wanted people to watch her fuck you? You a whole different type of hoe. One more mistake and I'm gonna I'll drop all my problems in your lap, understand? So funny how you sat in there, told me, don't take anything personal from here on out, in quotation marks. Remember that letter? Laugh out loud, bitch. How about if I tell you that? Knowing damn right what the fuck I'm gonna do for you, and yes, you, cause that could change, okay? Did you interpret that as a threat?
Yes.
Is there a way not to interpret that as a threat?
I don't believe so.
And it goes on, how fucking stupid you sound and look. You say that talk shit about me, then go fuck that ugly bitch? You need to learn self-respect. And if you like it or not, you're gonna put some on my name. If I love you so much, I really do. But you can't keep doing this cheating, fucking around, talking shit, making me look bad. You did that out there too much, motherfucker. Much in that's gonna change while you sitting in there. But moving on, I hope I've made myself clear.
Right.
Did she make herself clear?
Yes.
Moving on, later in that paragraph, switches back. She talks, I hope you know my loyalty runs with you and always will, no matter what we go through, no matter what type of way you feel about what mood you're in. You're the love of my life, and my heart will always belong to you, and you only. We've literally been through everything together. Laugh my fucking ass off. That's all on one page.
Yes.
And finally, ma'am, the last page talks about, it starts when you pull up to human being. You see that, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Drink your coffee, love the fuck out of you, laugh out loud, thank you for all the good memories. Please don't hate in your heart. You're more than that. You're so beautiful in every way. Yeah, we was on some dumb shit with each other, but no matter what, I love how you made me feel. Where are my whole world? You're all I ever think. You ran through my fucking mind. Right?
Right.
Goes on to say, all day, all MF day, amor. I've been having dreams about you. I hate it when I wake up. I want to stay in them forever. I wish I could be with you forever. All I ever wanted to make you happy. Hopefully someone will. I miss you so much, stupid. I hope you miss me too. Shake my head. And then it transitions. Says, how are you holding up, though? I hope well, because I know you not a little...
There's no question.
I'm just reading the exhibit.
That's the problem.
All right, that's fine. Mr. Praley, you can continue. And if there's specific things that you're referring to, will you just clarify her where those are located?
I will. And then specifically at this point, it says, how you holding up, though? I hope well, because I know you not a little bitch. And this female saying you would be on some shit in her room said it was all because I put you through this, or put you through. Is that true? Specifically in that, is it referencing the fact that other people are talking what you have been through because of her?
Right.
And then she finishes the letter by saying she loves you. You're the best female she's ever had. Is that fair?
Yes.
And again, do you believe this was written by the defendant?
Yes.
Now, you had previously referred to the fact that in 204, the note to flush, that specifically referred to what as a name?
Baby Joker.
And you've testified at length as to Baby Joker.
Right.
You heard the defense cross you on the fact, well, she just refers to this as Baby or Joker, right?
Right.
But not both. 204 shows you that on the note to flush.
I'm going to object to mischaracterization of questions and evidence. I never asked her about the word Joker.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Ladies and gentlemen, you as the finders of fact in this matter, is it up to you to determine what the evidence has shown in this case? Mr. Praley, go ahead.
Is it again your testimony that the defendant referred to herself as Baby Joker as shown by that note?
Yes.
On this last page, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, do you see the writing at the very bottom?
Yes.
What's it say?
Baby Joker.
If we could zoom in on that. Do you have any other concerns that this was written by the defendant?
No.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Devereaux, actually, can the parties approach? right. Ms. Devereaux, go ahead and proceed.
Yes, please, thank you. Good morning again. Okay, let me get set up. I appreciate it. Okay, so I want to start this morning sort of where Mr. Perelia left off. And this note, Mr. Bros, can you zoom back in to where Mr. Perelia had it, please? Let's do right here, this area, I think was where he had it.
Hopefully I can get there.
Thank you. Perfect, thank you, I appreciate it. Ma'am, you testified, Mr. Perelia, on redirect regarding these jail letters that you believe to be from Ms. Rodriguez, right?
Right.
And as we talked about originally, the Weld County Jail does not have like an inmate-to-inmate postal service, right?
Right.
And so you would have had to get these letters from another inmate, right?
Right.
And it's actually against the rules to be doing that, right?
Right.
And Mr. Perelia, you testified that these letters, and we heard it, threaten your children.
Right.
Your interpretation of that was, right?
Right.
Your family.
Yes.
And as we've seen, we've heard, you took these purported threats very seriously, right?
Yes.
There's something that deeply impacted you, right?
Right.
And you have these letters threatening your 3 children's lives.
Yes.
No one matters more to you than your children, right?
Yes.
And you believe, according to the testimony of Mr. Perelia, that she means business, right?
Right.
Because she had just killed someone for no reason, right?
Right.
You believe that she's killed multiple other people, right?
Yes.
You now believe she's in gangs, right?
Yes.
And yet you don't tell a single deputy, police officer in the jail, hey, my kids' lives are in jeopardy here.
I did tell my lawyers.
That's not
But
my
they came
question.
and saw me.
That's not my question. You never told a single police officer, right?
Yeah, not a deputy.
And not a single police report was ever made, right?
Objection, Judge, again, scope, is this one of the 4 categories?
I think this goes into what's been, what the court has described as the 404B abuse general category. So I will allow this questioning.
Thank you.
Right?
Right.
Not a single police report. So your lawyers weren't like, hey, oh my God, my client's kids are in jeopardy. I better call the police and report this so the police can look into this, right?
Right.
Then we see, I just picked this portion of the letter randomly because it was up last. And, Your Honor, can I have the pointer listed,
I
please?
think it's up there. Is that right? Oh, I'm sorry, the deputy has it.
Thanks, Sally. Appreciate it. So, ma'am, I'm showing you, there's some really, you may have a microphone, just.
Oh.
Thank you. So we see that the handwriting has a very unique way of doing eyes, right? These circles,
Yes.
and it's throughout from Ms. Rodriguez, right?
Right.
Ma'am, you wrote quite a bit of letters going through, let's say, your initial arrest until your proffer, right?
Right.
And I mean letters coming in and out of the jail, right? To your
Yes.
family and friends and loved ones, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you would recognize those because you wrote them, right?
Yes.
So, ma'am, what's interesting about these letters is they're your handwriting, right?
Yes.
Right. And what's interesting is if you look at, and I'll show you in a moment so you can agree with me, the way you write your I's up until April 4th were all just like a regular dot, right?
Right.
Not this circle, right? And I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
But then come April 4th, that changes. And I'm going to ask to approach and show you right now, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
Fairly in advance. Yeah, I don't think we have because they're not in discovery. Let me just read the ones I'm going to show her. Easier. May I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, ma'am, so let's start with this letter, okay? This is a letter you wrote to Javier, right?
Yes.
And there's your name at the top left corner of the envelope, right?
Yes.
And Javier's name has two I's in it, right?
Right.
And there you can see the I just has a dot.
Mm-hmm. One of them, yes.
It doesn't have one of those big circles, right?
Right.
And we know that this letter was written on April 12th, 2022, right?
Right.
Because you dated it, right? And this is another letter for your son, right, DeAndre?
Yes.
And then we have another letter you mailed Javier, right? There's your name.
Yes.
And again, Javier's name has an I, right?
Right.
No circles, right?
Right.
April 12th, right?
Yes.
Then you wrote your friend Karina Avila a letter, right?
Yes.
And again, that's your return address and your name.
Yes.
And Karina's name also has a couple I's, right?
Yes.
And the I, the dot for the I is a big circle, right?
Yes.
Just like those, right?
Yes.
And the date of that letter is May 29th, 2022.
Yes. Wait, can I see that? This letter?
Which one?
This one?
There's a date.
Because none of those they're dotted, right?
Right, it's just
Okay.
this letter,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
And you wrote this envelope, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Raskin, good now. Okay, so I want to start by talking about your testimony yesterday about how the abuse got worse after October 3rd.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Dickerson's death. As you spoke about with the prosecution, you went into these specific events with Mr. Burrows during your proffer.
Right.
And with him, you described an incident that happened back in September with a car. Do you remember that?
Yes.
An incident where you were using a bathroom in a park in Evans,
Yes.
and you claimed that Stacy told you to hurry up,
Yeah.
and that Stacy drove your car onto the grass in the park,
Right.
and that you described it to Mr. Burrows that in the moment she's driven her car onto the grass and she's yelling at you to hurry up, and you were, quote, just like thinking about your options, right?
Right.
And you described this pretty dramatic scene where it's an open field, no trees, right?
Right.
And you flung off your flip-flops, put your phone in your bra, and you just took off running, right?
Right.
And there's just houses all around, right?
Yes.
And you described this very dramatic scene of her essentially chasing you down in your car in the field, wide
Yes.
open field, right?
Yes.
And you described suddenly falling and thinking you were going to get run over.
Right.
And then you described to Mr. Burrows during your proffer that she's revving the engine and screaming at you to let people call the cops because it was all on you,
Right.
right? And then you described to Mr. Burrows getting hit by the car twice.
I've gotten hit twice by her, but this one incident was just the one time.
Okay. And you told Mr. Burrows specifically, quote, she bumps me with my car and I go flying
Yeah.
and I twist my ankle.
Yeah.
And then you dramatically describe her pinning you with your car against another car, right?
Against the fence.
You described to Mr. Burrows during your proffer, quote, she ends up cornering me with my car and another car that was parked right there.
I remember it was against the fence. There was a car parked right there, but when she cornered me, it was up against the fence.
Do you recall telling investigator or Detective Burrows back on June 8th, 2022, she ends up cornering me with my car and another car that was parked right there?
I believe it. I mean, if I said that, I did, but I remember being like up against the fence. There was a car right there, but
Right.
it was cornered.
And that brings me to my next part, which is you said you were describing trying to figure out how to jump over a fence or jump on a car.
Right.
So, ma'am, you're telling this jury that after October 3rd, it got worse than that?
Yeah. She's never physically pulled a knife out on me and threatened.
But you're saying she hit you with a car and you went flying.
Yeah.
And not one person called the police. None of these other houses that are around this park are like, oh my gosh, this car is driving, chasing this poor woman. They're going to kill her. No one called the police.
No.
And also you told Mr. Burrows that you even described the headlights being on when this is happening.
Yes.
And yet not a single police report or call-in was ever made.
No.
And now there's this like, well, there's multiple cars. I've been hit by a car multiple times, right? And again, not a single police report was ever made by anyone, right?
Right.
And you testified yesterday that you told this jury, oh, my lawyers just set up the proffer. They didn't do anything else. They just facilitated it, right?
Right.
Your lawyer, who's been sitting here all day and all yesterday and the day before when you're testifying, has been actively helping the prosecution during this trial, right?
I don't know.
You don't know? You don't know that she went and talked to your sister who was sitting back there a couple days ago and was asking her questions about what my investigator asked her to give a note to the prosecution like this.
Objection, may we approach?
Sure. All right, I will strike the last question and answer, and Ms. Devereaux, you may proceed.
So now we're talking about you, thank you, Judge, being hit by 3 different cars.
2 cars.
2 now,
Yes, I never said 3.
okay? So let's go through that a little bit, okay? There's, when you described to Mr. Burrows is an incident with a car where Stacy hit you with her car in April around your birthday,
Right.
right? And you specifically told Mr. Burrows during the proffer, that is, on my birthday, that's when she hit me with the car, period. Not actually hit me, period. She didn't run me over, period.
Right.
So that's one incident, right? Where you
Yes.
originally tell Mr. Burrows during this proffer that she hit you with her car, but then you kind of come back on it and just left. So that's one incident, right?
Right.
Then you describe the incident in September in the field that I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
And then there's what has been, or actually, let me ask you this. You've mentioned a couple of times you tell information to your lawyers and they go investigate it, right?
Right.
And so then there's this like third incident with a Nissan Altima that your legal team provided the prosecution, right?
Objection again, same question.
Give me just a second.
I'm trying to clarify how many times we're talking about it.
If you're clarifying the number, I will allow the question, so go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. You can answer that.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Sure. Then there's this like third time involving a Nissan Altima that your legal team sent the prosecution
Right.
about. So 3 different car incidents that you've been hit by.
I wasn't hit by that car. We were driving and we were arguing, and she pulled the steering wheel. It was my sister's car, and I put a dent in it. But I clarified that with my lawyers to make sure, because I was only hit by the car twice.
Okay.
2 different cars, not my sister's car.
Okay. So the abuse got worse from that point, is what you're saying, right?
Right.
And I kind of want to take a moment and kind of do a timeline. I want to start with you told Investigator Burrows that, and again in your proffer, that the abuse started really, at one point you said March, and then it turned to beginning of April, right?
Right.
And then we have this car incident that happens in April. And then you actually told Investigator Burrows at one point that the abuse got, again, this is during your proffer interview, that the abuse got worse over the summer as well. Do you
Right.
remember that?
Yes.
Now, you have been shown Prosecution's Exhibit 212. Those are the 5 notes, right?
Yes.
But you wrote more notes than that, right?
Yes.
Including a diary note on June 26, 2021 that says, quote, "I love Stacy. She's helped me through things no one ever could have, exclamation point. She's seen me at my worst, exclamation point. She saved me, and saved me is in capitalized letters. So many times."
Objection, can we approach again?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, we can pick up right where we left off. So you wrote on June 26, 2021, quote, "She saved me," and saved me is capitalized, "so many times, exclamation point, exclamation point." She was there when I felt alone, exclamation point, exclamation point. Only her would stay up and actually listen and care, exclamation point, exclamation point. She helped me through so much, exclamation point, right?
Right.
Then a second note, and this one is dated July 7th, 2021. Again, during the same summer that you told Investigator Burrows during your proffer that the abuse again got worse, right?
Right.
And this note is interesting because, and I'll show you, because you had actually deleted this note at some point, right? Does that sound familiar? Or do you want me to read it first?
I don't, no, you can read it first.
Okay. The note has a title actually, and it's called Letter to Stacy, July 7th, 2021. And you wrote, quote, "I've realized you never put me first. I relied on you for a lot of things. In the beginning, you told me, quote, I will get 3 jobs to support you, and you never even paid a single thing. You bought groceries twice. You basically just watched me struggle with my mental health, my bills, my house being a mess. I was at my lowest these past 5 months, and you never once pushed me to do better, never once motivated to do better. It was hard seeing you lay around and eat in bed, so it made it okay for me to do it. I'm not blaming any of my shit on you because it's my fault I let it happen." Does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
That's a note that you deleted, right?
I don't remember deleting it, but
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to look at a Celebrate report that actually says in bright red letters under a category that says deleted? Yes.
yeah.
May I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, ma'am, I'm showing you the Celebrate report. It's from an Apple iPhone. You can see a column that says deleted. And when I go to the letter to Stacy dated July 7th, 2021, you can see in bright red letters it says yes, right?
Okay. Yes.
So here you are, again, telling Investigator Burrows that the abuse is so bad during the summer, and you write out your complaints, right?
Yes.
And your complaints are that the audacity that she lied to you when she said she would work 3 jobs to support you, right?
Right.
And the audacity that she had to only pay for groceries twice at the age of
Objection,
19,
argumentative.
I'll allow the question.
right?
Right.
How dare she at 19 years old not pay for your things, right?
She was living with me. It should have been both of our responsibility at the time.
But this is what you were mad at her about in July.
In that moment, yes.
And you're mad at her that how dare she lay around in bed and eat and make it okay for you to do it.
Right.
You're blaming her for your choices to sit in bed and eat and gain weight, presumably, right?
Right.
You're mad at her for the fact that your house is a mess, right?
Right.
You're mad at her that she's just watching you struggle with your bills and not doing anything about it at 19 years old.
Yes.
You don't mention a single thing about abuse in any of these notes until October 3rd, right?
I don't know.
Do you want to look through your entire Celebrate note report?
I believe you. I just was talking in my diary, you know.
I get that, but you also told Mr. Burrows during your proffer, again, we have to put in the context of a proffer interview,
Right.
it got worse in the summertime.
It did.
And nothing in here indicates that. Instead, you are just deflecting your problems on this 19-year-old kid,
No.
right?
No.
Then Mr. Perelia asked you quite a bit, or we saw the purported text message about Javi, or her waiting outside of Javi's house, right?
Right.
And you told this jury, and you're again leading everyone to believe that you believed Stacy was going to kill him, right?
Right.
That she's so crazed that you had the audacity to go to the father of your children's house that night, that she's waiting outside, right?
No, that's not what that picture was about. I had left her house and she assumed that I was going straight to Javi's and I was on foot. So that's why she went over there and was saying, come out, and she thought I was there.
Again, but the point of Mr. Perelia asking you that, and your answer to this jury was to suggest, correct me if I'm wrong, that she was following you to Javi's, right?
No.
Okay. And we've also heard a lot of testimony about how she was really jealous about Javi. You testified to the jury that Javi, you were worried about Javi being killed, right?
Yes.
And that you experienced, actually, I think you actually testified that she couldn't get to you anymore through all these DV violent episodes, so now she's turning to Javi, right?
Right.
But ma'am, she knew the whole time that you were still being intimate with Javi,
I was still in love with him, yeah.
being intimate with him, right?
I was like 4 times throughout our relationship, yes.
Okay. And at one point, she actually buys you condoms or give you a condom for it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm showing Mr. Perlia what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit RR and SS.
I'm sorry, give me just a second. RR and SS?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Ma'am, do you recognize what that is?
Yeah.
What are those?
It's a screenshot of Stacy's messages.
And you know that because you took that screenshot, right?
I see her name, yes.
And you took them, right?
Yes.
And there are screenshots that fairly and accurately depict the message at that time between you and Ms. Rodriguez, right?
Right.
This time I'd move to admit RR and SS and request to publish.
Any objection to RR and SS?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence RR and SS, and you may publish at your discretion.
Thank you. Okay, so it should be right over your right shoulder if that's easier. And here you were asking her where she's drinking at, right?
Yes.
And she's like telling you, why are you so worried? You're with someone else, right?
Right.
And the other person was Javi.
Right.
And she's telling you, be careful, buy condoms, right?
Right.
And you say, ew, just seen your snap, have fun, right?
Right.
Because she was off doing her own thing, right?
Yeah, she was with her other girlfriend.
Right. And she told you, quote, I put one in your purse,
Yeah.
meaning a condom,
Yes.
because she knew you were going to go be intimate with Javi.
Yeah, I think she was just being dumb.
Okay. She knew you were being intimate with Javi.
Yeah.
And your response was not, you're dumb. It was, thank you, love. We have some. Heart, heart.
Yeah.
Can we move to the next one, please? Can you take that down? Yes.
To be clear, we're publishing something that's not supposed to be up.
Can you, okay, it looks like we got that fixed.
And her response is, great, exclamation point, right?
Right.
And she's telling you here, don't be petty. We're just friends, meaning whoever she was out with.
Right.
Because you were jealous of who she was out with.
Right.
Even though you were off doing your own thing with Javi and she's supporting it. Right?
It looks like she's supporting it, but I know how she was.
That's
and
not-
just being, right.
Can she get to answer the question?
I was stopping talking.
Does she get to answer the question or not? That's all I
think-
want to know.
I think she answered. Ma'am, was your answer complete?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
And just so we're clear, she's telling you, you made your choice earlier. Don't give me shit. Right?
Right.
There's nothing in here that's her being mad at you going to hook up with Javi. And she put a condom in your purse, ma'am.
Right.
Thank you. So, as we've heard, there's been a lot of discussion about all of these domestic violence incidents, and I kind of want to start in reverse order, and so start in October and work our way back to earlier time periods throughout the relationship, okay? Just to orient you. So again, what I'm going to be going over with you, just to clarify for the jury and you, are all the incidents that you disclosed to Mr. Burrows during your proffer.
Okay.
Okay. In October, you told Mr. Burrows, the end of October, there was an incident where as we've seen and heard, you say that she poured water on your face and punched you and took a knife to your throat, right?
Right.
You told Mr. Burrows specifically that the timing of that incident happened a week before your dad's birthday, right?
Right.
Your dad's birthday is when?
October 25th.
25th,
Birthday.
right? And again, she's punching you, she's her weight on you, she's cutting cuts all over your body, right?
Right.
But yet 2 days before then, just 2 days, October 23rd, you two get actually pulled over by the Greeley Police Department,
Right.
right? During a traffic stop.
Yes.
There's officers on scene, right?
Right.
And they don't say, oh my gosh, ma'am, you have injuries all over you.
It was 2 days before the incident, right?
So you told Investigator Burrows this incident happened a week before your dad's birthday on October 25th.
Right.
October 23rd is not a week before the 25th. You would agree with me.
Yeah.
So police are seeing you, right?
Right.
Trained police officers who know the signs and symptoms of domestic violence, who aren't just, correct?
Right.
Who aren't just going to be like, ma'am, you have all these injuries to you. You're fine.
No. I never said she punched me, but she did put the knife up to my neck, and I did have scars on my body.
But you did. You told Investigator Burrows in your proffer that she was punching you during this incident. Right?
Right.
You also described drinking during this incident, that you were both drinking during this incident, right?
Right.
And then you talked to him about an incident in September, the car in the park incident, right?
Yeah.
You told him then you were both drinking, right?
Yeah.
Of course, then you backtracked and said that you weren't drinking, she was drinking
The night of when she hit me with her car.
in Evans Park
Yeah.
in September.
I wasn't drinking that much. I was drinking, but I wasn't that intoxicated that night.
Right, because you first told Investigator Burrows we were drinking, and then it changed to, well, really wasn't, right?
Right.
And then in August, there was another incident that you described to Mr. Burrows about how you got a black eye,
Right.
right? And ma'am, you take a lot of selfies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you took a selfie on August 17th, 2021, right?
Right.
And that selfie, it's not like with the Facebook messages, it's a screenshot. Like we actually know when you took that, right? Because of the metadata.
Yeah.
Would you recognize a selfie that you took in August of 2021?
Yeah.
Showing the prosecution TT1 and TT2.
TT 1 and 2? All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you. May I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And then TT2, which is on the underneath, is just the metadata. Can you take a look at the data on that, please?
Yes.
And the metadata for that is all of the same, right?
Yes.
Meaning the created, the modified, and I forgot the third option, but they're all saying August 17th, 2021, right?
Right.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of the selfie that you took on that day, right?
Right.
Request to admit and publish, please. TT 1 and 2.
Any objection to those exhibits?
No.
All right, the court will accept into evidence TT 1 and 2, and you may publish at your discretion.
And while that's getting set up, ma'am, the August incident that that we were talking about, where you said you got a black eye, again, you told Investigator Burrows, quote, "I really don't remember. I was drunk."
Right.
you zoom in a little bit, please? So this is TT, right? This is the selfie that you took in August,
Right.
right? And I fully recognize that you didn't tell Mr. Rose when in August, right?
Right.
But this is the middle of August, right? And we don't see any black eye, right?
In this picture,
There's no black eye.
I mean, I see my eye pretty swollen.
You see your eye swollen?
Yeah.
Okay.
And usually black eyes don't form until it's like the end of it. I don't know if you've ever had a black eye, but
Actually,
that's what
funny, I
was
have one right now.
really, I can't see them.
Yeah. And you took this selfie, right?
Yeah.
You never took a picture, a better picture than this of the black eye in August?
I don't remember if I actually took a actual picture.
Okay.
I know I have like videos and stuff that I took with my black eye.
Okay. That wasn't anything you gave to your attorney to give to the prosecution to give to us, right?
We talked about it because there's the hospital things and you know what I mean, like the report, and I told him about the plan where I was gonna tell my family
So
that I
I'm
got
gonna-
jumped.
Right. I'm gonna get there, okay? My question was, you never took a better picture than this of your black eye in August, right?
No.
Can you take that down, please? So that's in August. And then there's also another sort of a distinct episode that happens at the Clarion.
Yes.
Remember that? That was at the beginning of your relationship.
Right.
Okay? And you described it to Mr. Burrows as it was a night that you had gone out with Ms. Rodriguez and you were mixing alcohol, right?
Right.
And there was actually, you were at the Clarion and Hobby came, right?
Right.
And police were called,
Right.
and police were talking to you and Javi, right?
Right.
And they were talking to you and you were showing them injuries of your mouth, right?
Right.
And you're telling the officers, Stacy did this to you, right?
No, I told him that I didn't remember what had happened, and she had told me that I had fell. I never said that she hit me or anything because I didn't remember.
But it certainly got alluded to that, right?
It got what?
It certainly alluded to that, right?
Like it-
Between you
Objection
and,
calls for speculation.
It
She's answered
doesn't.
the question.
Give me just a second here. I'll sustain the objection.
you're aware that officers, you observed them going and look for Mr. Rodriguez, right?
I was sitting downstairs in the hotel, and I don't know if they went upstairs, but
They asked you a lot of questions about Stacy, right?
they asked me a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you're like, I don't know what happened to me because you were so intoxicated, right?
Right.
And you're aware that the police were investigating Ms. Rodriguez for doing this to you,
Yeah, they were asking me what happened and stuff.
right? And ultimately, you know that it never went anywhere, right?
Yeah.
And it never went anywhere because the police actually pulled the video at the Clarion and saw that Mr. Rodriguez, you were heavily intoxicated and fell into a wall and hurt yourself.
I don't remember that in the police report or them telling me that.
Would it refresh your recollection to see that police report
Yeah.
by Officer Canton?
Mm-hmm.
Showing the prosecution for the record. Canton's report.
May we approach, Judge?
Yes.
Ma'am, you testified a moment ago that it would help you to refresh your recollection to see your police report, right?
Right.
And you said because you didn't, the answer to that before was that you didn't remember that in the police report, right?
Right.
So you have seen this police report before then, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach now?
Yes.
So I highlighted for you. A section right here, if it's easier for you to see. In the Greeley Police Department, February 13th, 2021. And this is the section on refresh your recollection.
Okay.
So your memory refreshed now?
Yes.
So again, the video, it never went anywhere because the video depicted you being highly intoxicated and stumbling into the hotel
Right.
and hitting a wall.
Right.
And actually, Ms. Rodriguez supporting you as you're walking in.
Right.
And that was consistent with the unique shape of the injury to your lip.
Right.
Because you actually hit like a HVAC grate of some sorts, right?
Okay.
Does that sound right?
Right. In that police report, I never said that Stacy hit me or anything.
No, you didn't there, but you certainly told Mr. Burrows about it during your proffer on June 8th, right?
Yeah, that she was telling me that I had foul, and it was just always curious to me. I did not see that part.
But
in
you
the-
told Mr. Burrows that, ma'am, in the context of telling him during this proffer interview about how horrible of a domestic violence abuser Ms. Rodriguez is, right?
Right.
And that wasn't true. That Clarion incident had nothing to do with Ms. Rodriguez. You were drunk again
Right.
because you had a serious drinking problem, right?
Right.
A really bad one where you were drinking every day
Right.
to drink the pain away, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me, when you get drunk, you don't remember accurately what happens,
Sometimes, yeah.
right? As we've seen.
Right.
And every incident, almost every single incident that you described to Mr. Burrows, you tell him, I was drunk.
Right.
And the hospital incident that you referenced earlier, you were drunk then too.
Yes.
And you go to the hospital and you have a black eye or a bloodshot eye, your eye was bleeding, right?
Right.
And you tell the hospital, I was jumped, right?
Right.
Again, this is the information you're passing along to Mr. Burrows, right?
Yes.
And yet police were never called again.
Right.
These mandated reporters at the hospital never were like, oh my gosh, this girl just got jumped.
Right.
And then you described to Mr. Burrows in your proffer that you and Mr. Rodriguez were actually laughing about it while at the hospital.
Right.
And again, because you were drunk again.
Right.
Mr. Perelia was talking about the notes, right? Just a moment ago.
Yes.
And he asked you some questions about the note about Stacy's car being hot, right?
Right.
And he asked you, he's like, are you a mastermind? I think that was his comment yesterday.
Right.
And you testified just a moment ago, or yesterday, excuse me, that I didn't write these notes because I knew an investigation was being started, right?
Right.
Even though earlier with me, you had told the jury something different, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember telling this jury earlier that you wrote these notes because you knew the case was going to be investigated?
No, I wrote the notes because I felt like she was going to kill me.
Okay. You, though, wrote the note on about the car being hot after October 3rd, right?
Right.
In that note, you were saying the car is hot because of the October 3rd incident.
No, we were in, it says the Tahoe, and October 3rd was in the Malibu. And she was telling me that her Tahoe was hot because of the gang that she was in. And now I feel like she's saying that so we wouldn't be driving around.
But man, that's not what you said in this note.
It says the Tahoe.
So let me pull up that note for you, okay?
Okay.
Do you have P12 handy?
May I read it?
Oh, absolutely. I'll ask you some questions. Do you have it up front of you, though?
Yes.
You wrote, Stacy's truck is hot. They're looking for it, and having my kids in it, putting them in danger. Being out in public is putting them in danger. I can't be home right now. And the sentence even before the Stacy truck is hot sentence is, quote, if you know I have to stay laying low because of what happened.
Right.
And when you're talking to Mr. Perilli about it, you were saying that was the whole what happened, having to be low was because of the horrific death you just saw, right?
When I talked to him, he clarified Stacy's truck and that she said truck for her Tahoe.
Okay.
And she was telling me that something happened in her truck and she was in this gang and we can't be riding around in it.
None of this you told Mr. Burrows, right? On October 8th, 2022?
I don't remember.
You didn't certainly bring this up when Mr. Perilli was asking you questions a moment ago about this note, right?
He clarified if it was about the Malibu or she would call the Tahoe the truck.
But you didn't say, oh, Mr. Perilli, that's actually nothing to do about this case.
No, I did not say that.
This is actually about this gang incident that I can't really give you any details about, but this is nothing. You didn't clarify that with him.
I guess not, yeah.
You were just leading this jury to believe that this was about Mr. Dickerson's death and it had nothing to do with it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lead you guys to thinking this was part of October 3rd.
Okay. Because if it was involving October 3rd, then this would be proof that when you wrote these notes, you knew that the police were looking into you guys.
Yeah, if it was about...
Yeah.
And if I was talking about the Malibu.
So,
right?
of course, it has to change now, right?
I'm just telling the truth, ma'am.
Yeah. Mr. Perilli also asked you some questions about all these alleged acts of domestic violence between Ms. Rodriguez and yourself, because it shows, as the court read, why you didn't call the police, right?
Right.
And you're leading the jury to believe that you were this domestic violence victim. You were afraid you were going to get killed. You were afraid that Hobby was going to be killed, right?
Right.
But Mr. Burrows specifically asked you during your proffer on June 8th whether or not you and Ms. Rodriguez ever discussed or coming up with a story to tell, or whether or not anything doing about October 3rd was discussed between the two of you, right?
Right.
His exact words were, quote, did you guys ever talk about it? Did you guys ever talk about it? If you were contacted about, were you instructed, or did you guys come up with a story to tell, or was that ever discussed or not? And your answer was, quote, not really. No, I never really asked her anything much about it.
Right.
You didn't tell Mr. Burrows in that moment to that question, you know what? She told me to keep my mouth shut or else she's going to kill me. Right?
Yeah, she never threatened to kill me, but yeah.
But Mr. Perilli is bringing all these acts of domestic violence to show the reason why you were so afraid of not going to the police when you're sitting in the car outside of a alleged murder house with a serial killer. It's not true, right? Because she never once told you during October 3rd or any of the weeks after, according to what you said to Mr. Burrows, I will kill you if you say anything about what happened.
Yeah, she never said that, but she has threatened to kill my life before the murder happened. And so that's why I was scared, because of what she's told me. But yes, she never said, I will kill you if you go to the police.
And also about this concept of calling the police. You are certainly not someone who is afraid to call the police, right?
Right.
You testified earlier at the very beginning about not going to the police and the jail because with the notes, right?
Right.
And violating the keep step and all these threatening notes that we are hearing about, right?
Right.
Threatening your family because you don't trust the police, right?
Right.
Ma'am, you called the police on Javi for a domestic violence incident.
I did.
You were not afraid to be like, hey, police officer, I'm a victim of domestic violence by that guy right there.
Right.
The father of your children, the sweetheart, high school sweetheart. You called the police.
I did. That was the first time I was ever in a situation like that. And now that I think back, since I've been in jail, like, why didn't I call the police? You know, and I felt like I ruined Javi's life because it was nothing compared to what I went through with Stacy. And
Certainly, ma'am, you would agree with me that
She
would,
finished?
That wasn't responsive to the question, I'm sorry, Ms. Devereaux, you can go ahead and continue.
thank you. But you would agree with me. You don't, I hear what you're saying, that you didn't want to ruin Javi's life or Stacy's life is probably where you're going with this, right?
no, I didn't. I
calling the
felt like I
police.
ruined Javi's life by calling the police. I had a lot of guilt, and so I just dealt with it with Stacy.
Ma'am, you would agree, though, you're certainly ruining your children's life by letting them be at risk of being hurt by this serial killer who has gang ties,
Objection,
right?
argumentative.
I'll allow the question.
Right?
Right?
And you didn't tell a single police officer.
I didn't.
One more thing, ma'am.
We,
Oh, and I'm sorry, Sonia, can you see if this is something you need to address now from the, and I'm sorry, juror number 10 has the hand raised. Can you just find out what that's about? And can the parties approach? Take a break. Okay. All right. And I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I know we've been going for quite a while. We'll go ahead and take a break at this time. Give me just a second. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertaking an investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the laws I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, we'll be in recess for 15 minutes. If you can return at 11:20, and please rise for the jury as they leave. Thank you. Please be seated. And the court will be in recess until 11:20.
That's okay, I just want to make sure. No. That's what I thought. Yeah, no, it was a bathroom break. How are you doing, kiddo?
And Jenny, are you all set up? Okay. All right, we are back on the record in 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. The parties are present as previously captioned, and we are outside of the presence of the jury. Is there anything that we need to address before we bring the jury back in and resume from the state?
No, we were just discussing schedule.
Okay. All right. And do you need a moment to finish your discussion before I bring them?
So we can proceed. I don't want to keep the jury waiting.
And from the defense, is there anything that we need to address, or do you need a moment to finish up the conversation?
Maybe just 1 moment.
Sure, that's fine.
Does anyone want to share with the court or plan?
Not right now, the jury's waiting.
Okay, all right. We'll keep it a secret then. Can you bring them in, please? Thank you.
Please rise for the jury.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Varela, I'll remind you, you are still under oath, and Ms. Devereaux, you can continue.
Thank you. Ma'am, I just have one final question to clarify. Mr. Perelia asked you a question yesterday about the incident with Mr. Vigil, okay? And he asked you if you knew who threw the first punch, right?
Right.
And he showed you, initially you couldn't remember, and so he showed you what appeared to be like a Word document with some notes and timestamps, right?
Right.
And that's when he came back and said, who threw the first punch? And you said Stacy.
Right.
I just want to clarify what you told investigator or Detective Burrows on June 8th was that, quote, I think Stacy threw the first punch, right?
Right.
And then you went on to talk to Mr. Burrows back in your proffer, and he was like, did you see anything else transpire with the fight? It sounds like maybe you were in the car at some point, so you didn't see anything, right?
Right.
And you responded, quote, that fight was confusing. It was just like a whole, I don't really remember too much in the fight.
Right.
Because again, you were drinking that night, right?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Varela, you may leave the witness stand. Deputies, you can transport her downstairs. All right, thank you. The state may call their next witness.
And at this time, we'd recall Terry Burrows.
All right, thank you. Sir, if you'll please come forward, and since we're on a new day, I'll swear you in again. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. Mr. McCormick, go ahead and begin. Oh, yes. Can you,
Yeah.
Mr. McCormick, just collect those and give those to Jenny, please? Oh, Ms. Devereaux, do you still have the pointer someplace?
Put it right in here.
Okay.
For you. I'm here. I'll scoot to the jury.
All right, are you seated and comfortable?
Yeah,
All right, so Detective Burrows, I have a couple of housekeeping matters before we begin. I'm going to hand you People's 4A through 4D. You recall that through the course of the trial, People's Exhibit Number 4 was entered into evidence,
It was, yes.
and that was the ring video from 2405 15th Avenue Court.
Yes.
And were clips made of that particular video?
They came originally in clips from the Ring video.
Has that subsequently been placed on the DVD?
Yes.
And you've had a chance to review it?
Yes.
Your initials and date appear on it?
Yeah.
Are they accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move into evidence People's 4A through D.
And this is everything that's contained on previously admitted for?
Correct.
All right. And any objection from the defense?
No, thank you.
All right. I will admit 4A through 4D into the record, and you may publish where appropriate.
All right. So Detective Burrows, kind of picking up, you had an occasion to continue to investigate this case after October 3rd of 2021.
Yes.
Right. And you had indicated, too, that you had received the victim's phone location information.
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to corroborate that phone location with your video evidence, right?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's 221, 222, 224, 225. Can you briefly describe what those are?
Yeah, 221 is when Christopher's phone initially left the house at about 11:56 p.m. on October 2nd. 222 is when he, I believe he parks just north of 477 Distilling. That's his phone location, I should say. And then 224 is when Christopher's phone shows up at Cubetta's in the downtown area. And then 225 is when Christopher's phone goes to Roasties.
Do those appear to be accurate depictions of that location information?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move into evidence People's 221,
Any objection to 221?
No.
222.
And Ms. Devereaux, is there any objection either? Are you doing all four at this time, Mr. McCormick?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to any of those exhibits?
No.
All right, I will admit 221, 222, 224, and 225 into the record, and you may publish where appropriate.
All right, thank you. So in regards to your continued investigation in this case, I want to turn your attention to October 16th, 2021. You recall you had indicated that there were ALPR trailers in the particular area. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, during or post this fire investigation, were those trailers or was a trailer moved?
Yeah, we after the incident on October 3rd, the homicide and the arson, we moved the mobile license plate trailer. It's mobile to approximately the 1700 block of 25th Street. So it would be west of Christopher's location or the residence.
And was there any particular reason why it was moved a little closer to the victim's residence?
In hopes that maybe the suspects would return to the scene.
All right. And were you or was somebody reviewing that information on a regular basis?
I was, yes.
Okay. And on October 16th, 2021, did you notice the Chevy Malibu that you've testified to previously?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember what direction it was traveling?
So it was traveling east on 25th Street and approximately the 1700 block. At that point, I believed it was potentially heading towards Christopher's residence or in the general area.
So based upon that particular information, did you go back to the area of the 2400 block 15th Court Avenue?
Yes, we did.
And what was the purpose of going back there?
We were looking for video surveillance from that morning to see if the Malibu actually did indeed go back to the house.
All right. And were you able to determine if it had?
Yes, I was.
All right. If we could have published, please, 133.
All right, go ahead.
So to be clear, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yeah, let me get the... So unfortunately, on this day, normally there's a map here, but for whatever reason, our GPS went down. But typically that's where it would display. But I know that we put it in the 1700 block of 25th Street. So this is the license plate of the Malibu. I know that to be Miguel Rodriguez's Malibu, Stacy's brother. Then there is a date of 10/16/2021. And then right here is the time at 7:46 a.m. And then there's a picture of the Malibu. So I was able to also look at the picture of the vehicle and confirm that it was also that silver Malibu too.
And I'm sorry, I might have missed it. What time did the Malibu, or is there approximate time that it went through that?
Yeah, 7:46, 21 a.m.
All right. Now, you had that information. Did you go back to those, some of the neighbors to see if there was any type of video surveillance available?
Yes, we obtained video.
And do you remember obtaining video from 2406 15th Avenue Court?
Yes.
And if we could publish 3G right now, please?
All right, go ahead.
And this is Christopher's residence at the top of the screen. This is and you'll see the Malibu entering the frame right here. And then it ends up doing kind of a long circle or U-turn and pulls briefly in front of Christopher's residence. Again, the same characteristics of that Malibu. And then it's out of frame and goes back to 25th Street.
Okay. Were you from that video able to take still shots?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what is Marcus Peoples 138 and 141. Ask you to take a look at those for a moment, please. You recognize those photographs?
I do.
Are those photographs or still shots, if you will, from that video we just observed?
They are, yes.
They appear to be accurate in their depiction?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, we'd move into evidence Peoples 138 and 141.
Any objection to those exhibits?
No, thank you.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 138 and 141, and you may publish at your discretion.
Okay. Now, with that ALPR reader, you've obviously watched a lot of video, is that fair?
Yes.
You've observed this ALPR reader,
Yes.
the vehicles that were captured off of it,
Yes.
the individuals that were driving it,
If you can make it out in the picture, yes.
okay? Were you, or did you do some type of comparison with some of the photos, the still shots you took from that?
Yes.
So if we could, please, I want to compare 134. We're getting there. There you go. All right, so I have before you previously admitted Peoples 134 and 136. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So on the left, I think that's 134. I can't see because of the glare. That's the zoomed in photo of the actual picture taken by the ALPR system. So it actually captures the entire vehicle. And as I was looking at it, I could see that there was a driver in the front driver's seat. And I can see an emblem, kind of a white circular emblem. I can see the part of the face, and then it looks like there's a kind of a bright earring in the right ear. This picture on the right, we actually got this from Isaiah V. Hill or Kayleen V. Hill, and this is from October 16, 2021 at 12:55 a.m. So this picture was taken on the same day, but prior to this photo captured on the ALPR. When I compared the shirt that Stacy was wearing, I noticed the characteristics are the same between the white emblem that's circular, and then I just looked at the overall shape, and I was pretty confident that that was Stacy that was driving the Malibu on October 16th when she returned back to the house.
All right. And based upon that information, were you able to take a closer in or a more zoomed in screenshot of the defendant?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as Peoples number 137. You recognize that photo?
I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the zoomed-in portion of the defendant's chin?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move into evidence Peoples 137.
Any objection to 137?
No, thank you.
All right, the court will admit into evidence 137. You may publish at your discretion.
All right, so, what's that? Okay. All right, so we're looking here at previously entered evidence numbers 135 and 137. And what are we looking at here?
These are just, on the left, that is a zoomed-in shot of the actual picture taken by the ALPR system. And then on the right, this is a zoomed-in shot of the picture that Isaiah V. Hill provided on the early morning hours of October 16th. And again, it's just noting how similar that pattern is on the front of the shirt. That's that white circular. And then also just the facial characteristics that I observed between the both, leading me to believe it was Stacy Rodriguez who was driving the vehicle.
And lastly on this, I'd like to compare 135 to 195, please. And what are we looking at here?
Another thing I noted was you can see right here, it looks like an earring or something bright from the right ear. And then I noticed in this other known photograph that there's a similar type looking earring. And I thought that was consistent with the known photograph of what Stacy Rodriguez is wearing, and then also comparing it to what was captured on ALPR. All these factors led me to believe that this was Stacy driving the Malibu on the morning of October 16th when it returned back to Christopher's house.
All right. Now, you had previously testified that after November 11th of 2021, you had requested search warrants
Yes,
for 2 motor vehicles, correct?
that's correct.
One was the Chevy Malibu,
Yes,
and one was the Tahoe.
yes,
And from the Tahoe, you had secured some items from that, right?
yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 173. Ask you to take a look at that. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
Is that a photograph of an item or shirt taken from the defendant's Tahoe?
Yes,
Does that photograph accurately depict what you observed when you conducted the search warrant?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move into evidence 173, please.
Any objection to 173?
No, thank you.
All right, I will admit into evidence states 173, and you may publish at your discretion.
All right, if we can publish 173. So what are we looking at here?
The picture just depicts the Echo shirt that I saw Stacy wearing on October 16th, and then we actually found that same Echo shirt in her vehicle when we did the search warrant. So it's just further corroboration that Stacy was the one driving the Malibu that morning.
Okay, and if we can have 141 published, please. Again, that's the Malibu, right?
Yes,
That was there on the morning of the 16th of October, 2021.
yes,
Can we compare 138 to 139? That's the same motor vehicle.
yes.
All right. Thank you. Judge, if I can, just a minute, please.
Sure.
Did I provide the court with Exhibit 223 for review?
Yes, I have 223 here.
Okay,
Do you need it?
can I retrieve it?
Yes.
So, so I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Number 223, right? You, first off, let me ask you this. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And through the course of your investigation, did you review voluminous videos?
Yes.
Did you review voluminous recordings?
Yes.
Did you review voluminous photographs?
Yes.
Would a timeline be something that would be consistent or convenient to be examined in court?
Yes.
Is the timeline that is prepared in People's 223 kind of a summary or chart, if you will, of all the videos, the writings, the phone records, tower location, video surveillance that you reviewed in this particular case?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move into evidence People's 223 under Colorado Rule of Evidence 1006.
All right, thank you. Any objection?
Yes. May I approach?
Yes, please. Thank you. Councils, go ahead and proceed.
All right. Sorry.
It's okay.
So I want to go back and discuss a few things before we move forward. When you previously testified about the automated license plate reader catching the Malibu on October 3rd at about 5:33 in the morning.
Correct.
You had not, did you, through your investigation, determine, or were you able to determine who that vehicle was registered to?
Yeah, there was two parties on the registration.
And who were those parties?
There's Miguel Rodriguez and then Blanca Canedo, which is Stacy's mother. And then Miguel's obviously Stacy's brother.
And what address was that registered to?
4540 First Street Road.
All right. Now, through the course of your investigation, you were able to obtain and secure the phone numbers of both the defendant and Hosanna Varela.
That's correct.
All right. And how did you go about obtaining those? Well, let me ask you this way. Were you provided or did you find that information?
I found the information.
And have you had a chance to review Hosanna Varela's phone records for phone location and tower connectivity in conjunction with the video surveillance that you observed throughout the course of your investigation?
Yes, I have.
And is that, was that the T-Mobile records?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you what is marked as post 228, 229, 230. Have you take a look at those. Now, during the course of your investigation, you authored a number of production of records.
Correct.
Did that include the T-Mobile records for Hosanna Varela?
Yes.
Did you receive those?
Yes,
And have those previously been admitted in this trial as People's Number 192?
they have.
Were you able to take off of that certain information to assist you in your investigation?
I was.
In regards to 228, 229, and 230, what are those documents? Or can you explain what those documents are?
Yeah, so this is specifically what is called the data sessions. It's that is under Ms. Varela's phone records, which is just showing the data between her phone and a tower. And so it basically, the first 228 lays out exactly what the columns are. It's an Excel, kind of like an Excel spreadsheet that we get these formatted in. And it's just laying out, the first line is IP address, and then it goes IMEI, IMSI, start time, end time, no, and then there's a further, and then it goes address, city, state, zip, and then it gives a latitude and longitude. And then it's also notates that it's in UTC time. So during this time, when it's in UTC time, during this time on October 3rd, we subtract 6 hours to get it to Mountain Standard Time. So that's what we have to do. So you'll see in the records that it actually shows that it's 6 hours faster than what it actually is on October 3rd.
So does that information also provide to you what I would call a key for you to analyze that?
Yeah, it provides a key that tells us like what IMEI numbers are and stuff. If they didn't spell out the location of the cell phone tower, then it gives like proprietary numbers, and then it would provide a key for that. But in this instance, they actually spell out exactly where the location of the cell phone tower is, and it gives a longitude and latitude.
Does 228, 29, and 230, are those accurate copies of what you observed when you reviewed Peoples 192?
It is, yes.
All right, at this time, I'd move into evidence Peoples 228, 229, and 230.
Any objection to those three exhibits?
No.
All right, I will admit into the record 228, sorry, give me just a second, 228, 229, 230, and you may publish where appropriate.
All right. Show you what has been marked as Peoples 180, or excuse me, 176. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
Is that a very accurate Google map of the area represented?
Yes.
All right, at this time, I'd move into evidence Peoples 176.
I think 176 was previously, I think it's already been entered. Yeah.
All right.
In 1 second, Mr. President, is that what you showed? Yes, I believe that's already been entered.
This over here.
No.
So, I'm going to ask to publish 176 as well.
Is that, I thought that was 176.
It is, but I'm going to put it up on the TV.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Both sides.
That's fine.
All right, so Detective Burrows, can you tell us what we're looking at here in regards to Peoples 176?
So this is just an aerial view, which encompasses Christopher Dickerson's neighborhood, and then it also encompasses some of the University of Northern Colorado campus. So that's going to be up here. This is University of Northern Colorado campus, and then Christopher Dickerson's house is right here.
All right, if we could publish, can we publish 228, please? 228. So what are we, this is Peoples 228. Can you just describe what we're looking at here, please?
That's the first exhibit I described where it talks about how it's in UTC time. And these are just the columns that it lays out at what each column represents when you get those, the data locations or the phone records. And you can see right here, it's address, city, state, zip, azimuth, latitude, longitude between those two.
Publish 229, please. And what are we looking at here?
So this is the first set of records that I looked at in regards to when I knew that Stacy and Hosanna and Chris were at the residence. And you can see here the time. Like, for instance, on this bottom one, it says 8:48. When we subtract 6 hours, that's actually 2:48. So that is consistent with the video that I saw of them being at the location. I'm also looking and saying, yes, it's consistent. Then as you go through the column, you can see, this is where the address column, it gives 17 TK Lawrence and Hall, UNC, Greeley, Colorado, 80639, and then it gives the latitude and longitude. This is representing the cell phone tower that the phone is connecting to.
All right.
And Mr. Burrows, just to clarify for me, to make sure that I'm clear, this is all referring to Hosanna Varela's cell phone, is that correct?
Just Hosanna Varela's cell phone.
Thank you.
And then if we could have 230, please.
Again, these are the records that I found that encompass the time that they're at Christopher Dickerson's residence. And I know that Stacy's there, Hosanna's there, and Christopher's there. And these are just showing the connectivity, again, at Lawrence and Hall. And I did subtract the time, again, just to 6 hours. So it's 3:48 in one of the columns, 3:54. So I'm able to say, okay, yes, the time matches up with the video surveillance.
And as the court noted, this is in regards to Hosanna Varela's cell phone.
Correct.
And were you able to essentially track movements in that area with that tower at Lawrence and Hall on the evening in question?
Well, what I was able to do is show when video shows Stacy, Hosanna, and Chris are at the house, it shows that she is connected to that tower. When they leave the area, she's no longer connected to the tower. That's what I can show with it. I can't show exactly where they're at in relation to the tower. All I can say is that the phone's connected to the tower.
So turning your attention back to 176, are you familiar with the UNC campus?
Yes.
Can you point out on that chart where this Lawrence Hall is located?
Right here, you'll see the circular field, and it's right there. And so that is, and so that's the Lawrence and the Hall, that's the cell phone tower, and then that's Christopher's residence right there.
All right. All right, thank you. So Judge, at this time, I would, again, formally admit to move into evidence Peoples 223.
All right, thank you. Can you bring me 228, 229, 230, and can the parties approach? And all right. Oh, and I'm sorry. Those are those. The court will admit 223 into the record. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is an appropriate place to take our lunch recess. Give me just a second here. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about this trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom, and the law as I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, this will be a little bit of a longer recess. I'm going to resume at 2 p.m. So just come back to the jury room at 2 p.m. Otherwise, please rise for the jury as they leave. Mr. Burrows, you can retake yourself. All right, thank you. Please be seated. And counsels, if I can have you back at 1:45, just so that we can discuss that instruction. And Ms. Devereaux, Mr. Pralia, if you have an agreed upon proposal or if you have competing proposals as to that instruction, if you could email those to me over the lunch hour, that would be helpful.
Absolutely. Do you want it directly to you or Ms. Granado?
Why don't you just send it directly to me?
Okay.
And just for point of clarification, when we call these people out of order, you're going to tell the jury?
I'll notify them that we're calling them.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, court will be in recess until 1:45.
Sam, are you guys in here with that, or?
Right now?
Yeah, like, are you guys
I
leaving?
think the courtroom's gonna be locked.
Okay. Do you guys,
I'm fine with that.
okay, I feel comfortable. If the courtroom's gonna be locked.
Yeah, it's locked, right?
Somebody usually likes it.
It was yesterday.
Okay, all right. As long as you feel comfortable.
Thanks, Jerry, I appreciate it.
Will you leave Kyle alone? Will you leave this poor kid? Don't let her bully you, man. If you let her bully you, that'll be your whole career in Weld County. That's Steve. Steve knows.
Stand up the first time and you'll be okay, you know? Wait, we're not on TV, are we?
No, we're not.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Must be Jordan? Yeah, okay. Hi, Cammie.
Yeah, leave Kyle alone. He's got enough problems and didn't have to deal with you. Deputy from the jail, who do we have on screen first? And sir, oh, and I'm sorry, who do we have on screen?
Duante Edmond, Your Honor.
Did you say Duante Edmond?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And excuse me, Mr. Duran, do you need to speak to Mr. Edmond before we begin?
No, Judge, I already have.
Okay. And Mr. Wren, are you covering the other advisements as well? Okay, all right. The court will call 19 CR 2432, People of the State of Colorado versus Duante Edmond. Mr. Edmond appears today with counsel Mr. Duran. Mr. Wren appears today for the state. Mr. Duran, I believe your office has already entered on this case. How would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Judge. Our first request, if the court would be willing to, would be to address bond. I know that Mr. Edmond is not on a no bond hold right now. Given the status of his case, though, and some information about where he is in Colorado, I would ask the court to consider setting a bond in this matter.
All right, give me just a second. All right, it looks like a no bond hold was attached to the probation revocation complaint that issued in October of 2020. It looks like this is Mr. Edwards' first appearance since that date. Given that, I will consider any information that either side wants to present regarding whether the no bond hold continues to be appropriate. Mr. Wren, is there anything that you'd like me to consider regarding Mr. Edmond's case and that no bond hold on the revocation complaint?
Your Honor, initially this was a VRA case, and I'm just trying to pull up to see if the victim opted in or out.
I think there was an indication they opted out, but
Let me.
well, it looks like there was an indication that it was after review, not VRA.
Oh,
I can't recall been since 2020, so I don't recall the specifics of that.
Okay. Our file shows that it was VRA, but that is an old file note. But in any event, so I guess I don't know that we're in VRA compliance if it is a VRA case to address bond today, but to the extent that the court intends to proceed to do so, looks like he was given a split plea back in September of 2020 and never showed up to sign the terms and conditions. The complaint to revoke was filed shortly thereafter, and the warrant's been outstanding for 4.5 years at this point. The initial charges were very serious. I understand that it pled to a split plea. So I would ask for bond somewhere in the neighborhood of $5,000 to $10,000 cash or surety based on the fact that he completely blew off the court's order to comply with probation.
All right, thank you. Mr. Duran, is there anything that you'd like me to consider regarding the no bond hold?
Yes, please, Judge. First, I'd probably note that I'm sure the court's most concerning factor is how long the warrant was, and I did speak with Mr. Edmond about that. I can tell the court that recently, and when I say recently, I mean just within the past year alone, Mr. Edmond is living in Denver. He was recently able to get his own apartment there. It's a studio apartment where he pays $1,500 a month in rent. He was recently able to acquire a job at Home Depot where he works. He currently has a valid driver's license. And while I do know the length of time the warrant was active, I will also note that during that time, he did not have law enforcement contact, which he understands his responsibility was to probation, but didn't in fact know that the warrant had issued, and obviously was never picked up on the warrant by law enforcement. At the time that he was sentenced, it is a split plea. The felony conviction has not yet entered, and so we are with a class 3 misdemeanor and a possible felony for the deferred. But at the time, he had lost his apartment, he had lost his job, he had previously been working here in the area of Weld. He was living in Evans and working for Cargill and JBS. And before this case, had an apartment in Evans. But I think that now, even though technically he is further, while Evans is closer than the Denver area, he is more stable now. He has a valid driver's license, the ability and the stability to make his court appearances going forward. And given the potential of the split plea and where we are, I would ask for a lower cash surety bond for the court to set one.
All right, thank you. The court does have concerns about the length of time that this warrant has been active. Frankly, had Mr. Edwards resolved this warrant much sooner before that, I anticipate that this situation probably would have been quickly resolved. I do find it appropriate to not leave the no bond hold in place. So what I am going to do, I'm going to set bond at $750 cash only. Specific conditions of bond will include compliance with all forms of court-ordered community-based supervision. That includes Mr. Edmund's probationary sentence in this case, as well as no violation of any state, federal, or municipal law. Mr. Edmund, what that means is that if you are released from custody, you need to immediately report to probation here in Weld County to sign your terms and conditions of probation and get set up with their supervision. And Mr. Edmund, I will remind you, you remain on probation due to the complaint being filed. While you are on probation, you are not permitted to leave the state of Colorado without going through the interstate compact process through probation and notifying your probation officer. So if you're intending on leaving without contacting probation, that's only going to cause you further issues. So that will be the order of the court regarding bond. Mr. Duran, how would you like to set this?
Thank you, Judge. Given that the court is bond, we are requesting to waive the 14-day rule. we're asking to set for disposition. And if the court still has dates in that first week of April, that's where we would be asking to set.
All right, we'll set this matter out for disposition. Mr. Wren, is this your case or is it assigned yet?
This is Ms. Goodman's case, so just set it whenever.
Okay. What date do we have? March 31st at 2:30. Mr. Duran, does that work for you?
If I could just have a moment to check, it should. Yes, Judge, I can accept that.
And Mr. Wren, March 31st at 2:30 for disposition. Does that work for the state?
Yes, thank you.
All right. We'll continue this matter over for disposition to March 31st at 2:30. Mr. Edmonds, sir, that will be your next court date, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. The court deputy, is this Mr. Romero on the screen?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. The court will call 24M1846, 24CR 46, and 25M621, people of the state of Colorado versus Brian Romero. Mr. Romero appears today with the counsel of Mr. Rush, and Mr. Wren appears today for the state. Mr. Wren, is there any VRA record the state needs to make today?
Your Honor, it looks like none of these three cases are VRA.
Okay.
No, I stand corrected. One of them, 24CR 46, appears that it is VRA, and we are not in compliance just based on the recent arrest.
All right, thank you. So as a threshold matter, I believe some of these cases are on, or I guess we're sort of interrupted. We were dealing with competency on at least one of these cases. Insofar as the misdemeanor cases, if there hasn't already been a finding of incompetency after the first evaluation, I will adopt any previous findings that the court has made in the 24CR 46 case. I believe after the failure to appear, during that period of time, the defendant was supposed to be doing outpatient restoration. Now that the defendant is in custody, I am going to reissue an order for inpatient restoration going forward on all three cases. Mr. Rush, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. And based on the fact that Mr. Romero has been deemed incompetent, we were in the middle of competency proceedings. The only thing I would be requesting is, I believe the issue had been a neurocognitive evaluation. Mr. Romero has gone through a number of evaluations at this point deemed likely to be non-restorable in the future. I would be requesting a status for continued restoration and evaluation in the jail, and at that time, possible request to modify bond conditions. I would be requesting that Bridges be appointed in the jail. I believe that they had been appointed previously at some point, but that may have resolved itself once Mr. Romero was in fidelity.
Okay. What I am going to do, I am going to reappoint Bridges in case they have discharged due to the amount of time that was elapsed. I'm going to set this matter out for review on the issue of competency in approximately 91 days. Given that competency is an issue in all three of these cases, I am going to keep the misdemeanor cases in Division 17 until the competency issue is resolved. It looks like a pretrial conference date was set in Division 8 on March 31st at 1:30. Given the competency issue, I'm going to vacate those dates, and as I've stated, they'll continue to trail the district court case. We'll set this matter, we'll reissue those orders as I've indicated and set this matter out approximately 91 days. I'll give leave for the defense to make any bond arguments at that time. Hopefully we'll have an updated evaluation or other information on Mr. Romero's progress by that point in time. And Mr. Rush, if you believe in the misdemeanor cases, I haven't reviewed those in great detail. If you believe that there's any other orders the court needs to issue in those cases, just file something and I'll review that.
Absolutely.
If that's filed. What date do we have? April 11th at 8:15. Mr. Rush, does that work for you?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
And Mr. Wren, April 11th at 8:15. Does that work for the state?
Yes, thank you.
All right, then we'll continue all three of these matters over to April 11th at 8:15. Mr. Romero, that will be your next court date, sir. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, the court will call, and I'm sorry, Deputy? Looks like they're gone. The court will call 24 CR 2133, People of the State of Colorado versus Adrian Martinez. Is Mr. Martinez present?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Martinez appears today with counsel, Mr. Williams. Mr. Rand appears today for the state.
Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
Tell him to get back in order. This is as late as 12.
There is currently an active warrant for Mr. Martinez is out based on a motion to increase bond that was found by the state. We set this matter over at council's request for a hearing on the issue. Mr. Williams, do you need a moment before we begin?
If we could have just a moment,
Sure.
Your Honor.
Okay.
So the original bond was 10 grand. No, yeah.
His wife is very pregnant.
So he posted 10 initially, is that what happened? Just give me a second. So, and all these are negative?
Yes.
Why was he going to these when he was told to go to the other place? Okay.
Not completely accurate, but if we can make that fix, just go with where it is. Okay. Then we don't have this issue. She's saying
He's also got to respond to them when they reach out to him, which he wasn't, you know, I mean, he hasn't contacted them in a month. So, anyway, bottom line, so the original bond was 10. Under those circumstances, usually we ask to double it. I'll ask for 5K.
Returns in the big order, returns as our office. At volley, when it does volley, it took forever. Jennifer who makes my phone because she's making it really big order, it turns out.
All right.
Your Honor, we're ready to call the case.
All right. Mr. Williams, we were set today for a hearing, I believe at the defendant's request. Are we prepared to proceed the hearing?
Your Honor, we've reached a negotiation with this case. My client did provide a handful of the results, which are all negative, but apparently they're not at a approved place. There is some issues with him not communicating with Bureau of Trial Services. It's also his position that he has somewhat of a different take that he was told a week ago, as long as there's some other issues. But regardless, we're here now, Your Honor. Bottom line is that the people normally ask for a double. Original bond was 10. We've negotiated a $5,000 bond. We would still confess without accepting any kind of guilt for that previous. It should also be noted that I do not believe that he has any drug charges in this case, Your Honor. This is motor vehicle theft, and this is all negative.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Wren, is that correct? The parties have agreed to that bond would be reset at $5,000 surety bond?
I'm fine with that if the court is.
All right, thank you. Then I will accept that agreement between the parties. I am going to release the originally posted $10,000 surety bond back to the surety and reset bond in this matter at $5,000 cash or surety with the same terms and conditions as previously ordered. Mr. Martinez, I'm going to have you remanded on that hold today, and then but that bond is immediately available to be posted whenever you make those arrangements. Mr. Williams.
I do have something, Your Honor.
Oh, sure.
If the people would consent to this, because money is something that he would like to keep, if you could have the $500 cash bond, which I know is normally the opposite of whatever everybody asks.
So I'm fine with an equivalent cash amount. So if he wants a $500 cash instead of a $5,000 surety, I don't have any issues with that.
That's what you want?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That way, at the end of this case, he will get it back.
Sure. I will list that at a $500 cash-only bond with the same terms and conditions as previously ordered. And again, Mr. Martinez, you will need to be processed, but that bond will be available to be immediately posted. I don't think we have another date set. Mr. Williams, how would you like to set this?
Your Honor, if we can set this for the dispositional hearing. I was appointed last week, and this was the issue. It was right before I got appointed, so we were dealing with this issue. I've not had any opportunity to really talk to well, not really. I've not had an opportunity to talk to the district attorney about offers and review discovery with my client. So he should be out of custody is the goal, obviously. So we can set this whenever works for Your Honor's schedule without the issues of getting in tomorrow because he's not in custody.
Sure. We'll go ahead and set this out for disposition. Mr. Wren, is this, do you know whose case this is? Ms. Akers? Yes. Okay. All right, we'll set this for disposition on Ms. Akers' calendar. April 29th at 9 a.m. for disposition. Mr. Martinez, that'll be your next court date. I'm just going to have you have a seat just in the gallery here. The deputies will be up momentarily to process you on that.
Your Honor, we're set for, I'm in your division. I know that we're trying to work with DAs, but I think that ADC would prefer. Is there anything on April the 30th? I will tell you that Mr. Reeder's hearing that's set for 2 hours in the afternoon is not going to go.
April
30th.
30th, at what time are you here?
3 o'clock to basically 5 o'clock. We set it for a couple of hours, Your Honor. That,
Okay. And Mr. Wren, as far as you're aware, I think somebody from your office is going to be here anyway, April 30th at 3 o'clock, is that? Yes. 3 o'clock, does that work for the state?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then we'll set this over to April 30th at 3 o'clock. And you said which case would be proceeding at that time, Mr. Williams?
Your Honor, Mr. Reeder, and I will.
It's Aaron Reeder, and it's one of my cases too.
Oh, that is your case.
It's
Okay.
it's a
Kind of like the River Coca case, Your Honor.
I got you.
I will double, triple, but I've already talked to him twice. The issue, I know we're not talking about his case, but the issue is the restitution. It's not being offered to defer, Your Honor, so we're going to have it resolved. So.
Okay, I'll free up that time on my calendar then. All right, thank you. Mr. Martinez, if you'll have a seat.
in Your Honor, if you could order Mr. Martinez to contact pretrial as soon as he's released from custody.
So, Mr. Martinez, you remain under pretrial supervision. As soon as you're released, you need to report to pretrial services. If they tell you to go to a specific place to do your UAs, you have to go to that specific place. You can't pick and choose. It needs to be at an approved location. Will you call up for Ms. Rodriguez, please? Jenny, are you ready? Okay, sounds good. All right, we are back on the record in 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. The parties are present as previously captioned. We come back after our lunch recess and we are outside of the presence of the jury. Before we resume, I wanted to address number one, the 1006 contemporaneous limited instruction, if that is a request. And then also I received a communication from the jury regarding a previous limited instruction, and I think we need to address that as well. Ms. Devereaux, with respect to the summary evidence instruction, did you have a proposal? If you sent something over, I don't think I got it.
We sent it to Ms. Granada. We did send it.
Can you see if you can you print it out? All right, thank you. Mr. Pralia, did you have a chance to look at that, and do you have any position on that?
Judge, I did
Or
receive.
Mr. McCormick, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I did receive that email, and I think that's appropriate.
All right. And the only concern I have about that is the last sentence, and just because I'm not sure that it's terribly clear, is the intent that that sentence indicate that you may consider it as a summary, but you may not consider it for any other
That's a
reason?
better way to put it, yes.
Okay.
And I took that as like I think it's D02, if I remember correctly, in Colgy, the general stock contemporaneous limiting instruction has that like final sentence of you may not consider it for any other reason.
No, and I think that is appropriate. I was worried that it, as phrased, was a little bit confusing. So I am going to rewrite it to read, you may consider it as a summary, but may not consider it for any other reason. Ms. Devereaux, is that acceptable to you?
Yes, please, thank you.
And Mr. McCormick, with that change, is that acceptable?
Yes, sir.
And then, did both parties receive a copy of this communication we received from the jury?
Yes.
Okay. So the question essentially, there's two questions in there, but they both relate to, I guess, the expiration of the limiting instruction that the court previously read. Ms. Devereaux, Ms. Trujillo, do you have any suggestions for a response? Do you believe the court should respond? Can you address that, please?
Yes, I do have some concerns that the jury might not have understood what the limiting instruction was, well, based on these questions, obviously, but that of how necessarily to consider the evidence. I think the court could reread the limiting instruction. That would be our request. It's not offering additional clarification and it's not rehashing the evidence, but I think if the court rereads a limiting instruction, hopefully that would be able to kind of cure this issue with the understanding that you can consider other evidence generally, but when you are hearing about the reason for not reporting a crime, it's limited, of course, to that purpose.
So I guess I'm considered, because the instruction that I read previously didn't really talk about like the category of evidence. It just said the evidence that you're about to hear. To try and clarify it for the jury, and I want to make sure that the parties agree that I'm accurately stating this. If I use basically that template, but state that the evidence presented regarding prior acts of abuse between Ms. Rodriguez and Ms. Varela is being presented and then read the rest of that instruction. Do you believe if I present it as that category that that's sufficiently clear for the jury?
Yes, I think that would be fine. I don't have an objection to that.
Okay, and from the state, if I present it as such, do you think that's sufficiently clear to the jury to answer that question?
I do. I also read the question that it applied during the time period of Ms. Varela's testimony. And so I think that's clear for the jury that that applied when they heard that evidence from the time that that was read to them until the other acts of abuse were no longer being spoken about.
Okay.
Because that's really the goalposts that they're asking about.
So if I adjust that to read, during Ms. Varela's testimony, evidence presented regarding prior acts of abuse between Ms. Varela and Ms. Rodriguez were presented for the limited purpose, et cetera. Do you believe that's rectifies your concerns there?
I do.
Okay, all right, then let me just type that out so I make sure I have that right.
And I guess I'll just tell the court my overarching concern is that they are going to look at the notes from jail, for example, and not believe that those weren't allowed in for a limited purpose. So I think it does need to specifically discuss the testimony of Ms. Varela regarding the abuse, and that's why I wanted it phrased that way.
So I think it may be somewhat of a complicated issue because there were some mention of prior acts of abuse within those notes, although relatively limited compared to the rest of the testimony. So I'm going to read it as previously indicated, and I may need to rely on the parties during argument if they want to sort of scalpel out that from other information, because I agree there's the majority of that probably doesn't go to that prior acts of abuse. It goes to other things. But I think there is one thing, and I can't remember the number of the note. I think it was maybe 4 that was talking about that in detail. Maybe 2 or 4. I'm not sure which one. But I appreciate the state's concern. All right, and then I will read the other limiting instruction regarding 223 when we resume with Mr. Burrows' testimony. I will let the jury know that to accommodate some scheduling issues, we're going to call a couple of witnesses out of order, and then we will resume with Mr. Burrows' testimony. Ms. Devereaux, Mr. Hio, is it Dr. Burson or the other witness that is going first?
Mr. Mistel's going first.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Mistel, am I saying that right?
Mistel, I think it's pronounced Mistal.
Okay, all right, thank you. Is there anything else that we need to address before we bring the jury back in?
I don't believe so.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in and we'll get started. Yes, absolutely.
Do you guys need this for Gary?
Is Alyssa getting in the jury? Oh, okay, I didn't see her sneak in. All right, please rise for the jury. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, before we resume, I received a question from the jury. I'm going to address that question now. Just to read that communication into the record, that question was, when was the instruction for limiting lifted? And when were we able to resume consideration of evidence and not for the reason of not reporting a crime? To address those questions, I will read you the following. During Ms. Varela's testimony, evidence presented regarding prior acts of abuse between Ms. Rodriguez and Ms. Varela was presented only for the limited purpose of failure to report the crimes prosecuted in this matter. You may not consider that evidence for any other reason. And then due to the need to accommodate some other witnesses' schedules, we're going to call a couple of defense witnesses out of order. And then once that testimony is completed, we will resume with Mr. Burrow's testimony. At this time, Ms. Devereaux, you may call your witness.
Thank you. We'll call Mr. Kent Mistel.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. If you'll please come forward. And Mr. Mistel, if you'll just walk over here by the witness stand, and before you sit down, I'll just need you to raise your right hand. Just right over here, sir. And if you'll come around front, sir, just so that you can get back there easier. Mr. Mistel, before you sit down, will you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead and have a seat. And Mr. Mistel, if you can get just as close as is reasonable to that microphone, that will help everybody being able to hear you a lot.
So about right here?
Yes, and you can slide that microphone around so you don't have to bend over if that's more comfortable. And Ms. Devereaux, you can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, can you please state your first name and last name and spelling your last name for the record, please?
Kent Mistel, M-I-S-T-A-L.
Thank you, Mr. Mistel. Mr. Mistel, what do you do for a living?
Right now I'm a student going to college for animation.
Okay. Mr. Mistel, did you know a Christopher Dickerson?
Only for about one day.
Okay. Were you friends with him?
My friend Nate was a friend of his.
Okay.
I'd barely known him.
Okay. Did you know him enough to send text message communications with him?
Occasionally, yeah. We were starting to become friends, but we didn't really know each other.
Okay. Did you come to learn that Mr. Dickerson ultimately passed?
I found out about that probably about a week or so after I'd gotten back home.
And was that getting back home from visiting this area?
So, yeah, because I was passing through on my way back home, because Nate and I were staying out in Florida, and I'd only been out of the Army for about, I want to say, 6 or 7 months or so. So it was just a pit stop more than anything.
Okay. And did you and Mr. Dickerson exchange a text communication on October 2nd, 2021?
Probably. I'm guessing he was wishing me a happy birthday.
Is October 2nd your birthday?
Yep.
Okay. So does that date stand out to you?
Not really anything of note. Like, I don't normally do much.
Okay, that's fair. Would it refresh your memory to see a screenshot of a text message that you provided the police, the Greeley Police Department, of a text message between you and Mr. Dickerson on October 2nd, 2021?
What was the text?
Would it refresh your memory to look at it?
I mean, maybe this was like, what, 3.5 years ago about now?
Okay, so would it refresh your memory if you saw the text message that you gave the investigators at the Greeley Police Department?
I guess.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
So, what?
Hold on. I'll ask you the question, okay? Is your memory refreshed now?
I mean, not really.
Okay. Does that look like a text message you received from Mr. Dickerson on October 2nd?
I mean, it does look like one I received from him, but I'm not really sure what the context is here.
Okay. I'm not asking you for the context. I'm just saying, is it a fair and accurate depiction of a text message that you received from Mr. Dickerson on October 2nd? And if you note, there's even a date there, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Okay. This time I move to admit Defense Exhibit A.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. The court will admit Defense A into evidence, and you may publish at your discretion.
Thank you. Okay, can we zoom in a little bit, please? So as you can see, the top left corner says the time and then NCLE Chris. Do you know if under that it was a U for uncle?
Yeah, I think that's what it was supposed to be.
Okay. And in this text message on October 1st, does Mr. Dickerson say to you, or I'm sorry, do you say to Mr. Dickerson, Uncle Chris?
Yeah, it's just something we jokingly called each other.
Okay. Because you were friends, right? Right. And then there's Uncle Ken as the response, right?
Correct.
And then on October 2nd, Mr. Dickerson sends you a text message about, I have my glasses on, so I can't see the time from here, but is it 3:36 p.m. on October 2nd?
Correct.
And he's describing just waking up after taking some melatonin, right?
Correct.
And then the next text message you received from Mr. Dickerson was on October 3rd at 12:01 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that reads, quote, ended up hitting the bars, grinded on thoughts.
Correct.
THOTS, right?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination?
Do you want that still up, Tim?
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So, is it correct that you never knew Christopher Dickerson until you came to the Greeley area on October 1st?
Yeah, I'd never met him in person prior to that point.
And you came with a friend named Nate?
Correct.
Did Nate know Mr. Dickerson?
Yeah, so he knew him for years, and he would be better suited on the stand than I.
So you indicated, so I want to kind of get a time, you were in Florida around what day?
I was in Florida for anywhere from like 5 to 7 months. It's kind of fuzzy. It was a while ago.
Okay. And you were driving from Florida to where?
So I was driving from Florida back to Arizona.
All right. And you stopped in Colorado. Was it specifically to see Mr. Dickerson?
It was just a pit stop to sleep for the night.
Had there been arrangements made with Mr. Dickerson for you two to stop and sleep that night?
Nate made those arrangements.
All right. And so you'd never been to Mr. Dickerson's residence before?
Nope.
All right. And you met him for the first time, is it fair to say, on October 1st of 2021, correct?
I do believe so.
Did you guys introduce yourselves?
Yeah, we like introduced each other, shook hands.
All right. Did you spend the night at his residence on October 1st, 2021?
Yes.
Was there talking going on?
Yeah, but mostly about mundane things in regards to work.
All right. Were you inside Mr. Dickerson's residence?
Correct.
All right. Were you in the living room area?
Correct.
While you were talking with Mr. Dickerson, could you observe his demeanor at the time?
He was in pretty good spirits. From what little I remember, he was talking about just home improvement projects, fixing up his garage.
Was there anything about his behavior that night that you would describe as not normal?
Objection,
No.
relevance.
Nope.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I need to respond to the objection. The objection was relevant. I'll overrule the objection. Sir, if you can repeat that answer.
Which answer?
If
Well,
you repeat the question.
I will. Did you notice anything that wasn't normal about his behavior, Mr. Dickerson's behavior that night?
No, there was no abnormal behavior.
How would you describe the conversation that you three were having?
Well, from what I recall, we just talked about work-related stuff. He had a few questions to ask me about like my duffel bags and stuff like that, but that was just all of my stuff from my duty station in Fort Riley. And then beyond that, all we really did was grilled burgers and watch Squidbillies.
Okay. Okay. Now, did Mr. Dickerson seem like a pleasant person to you?
Objection, 401, 403, and character evidence.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did he charge you for anything that particular night?
Oh, no,
Objection,
nothing at all.
401, 403, character.
Mr. McCormick, if you want to approach.
Did you know anything about the condition of his liver?
I don't recall. Should I?
Do you have a copy?
I do.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your autopsy report?
It would.
Your Honor, may he please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Okay.
Is your memory refreshed now?
Yeah, there's no significant findings.
Okay. Do you recall doing a death certificate and writing or noting a fatty liver? Fatty liver.
I don't, but we looked at this worksheet the other day. I don't remember if I wrote that on there, but I didn't do the death certificate and I didn't write a fatty liver, I'm sure.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that death certificate?
The worksheet?
Yes.
Yes.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Sure.
And just for the record, for the prosecution, this is found in the coroner file. Do you need a copy of it? Nope. May I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't have it printed out for you today.
Okay, yeah, so on part 2, I make a note of fatty metamorphosis of the liver, and that's on the day of autopsy.
Thank you, sir. And can you explain for the jury what does that mean?
So in this context, what that means is when I looked at the liver, it looked pale to me. So I wrote down fatty metamorphosis that I would then confirm or deny when I do my microscopic examination. So in this case, the liver appeared pale, which could be for a number of things, but I wrote that down. But when I did my microscopic examination, there was no fat accumulation in his liver, or no steatosis, as they call it.
And what is that?
Fat accumulation in the liver, it can happen from a number of things. We often see it in our patient population, unfortunately, we often see it with alcohol abuse, but it's kind of more commonly in just general population associated with metabolic type derangements, diabetes, obesity. There are other metabolic disorders where you get non-alcoholic steatosis for unknown reasons. It's an area of research, but it's just a fat accumulation in the liver for a variety of reasons.
And in this case, when you looked at it under the microscope, what did you see that led you to your findings in your autopsy report?
A healthy liver.
Was there any sign of any sort of this fatty, what's it called again? Fatty mitosis?
Metamorphosis. There was no fat accumulation in his liver. His liver was normal.
Okay. And so why wouldn't you go back then and change that on the worksheet, the death certificate worksheet?
Because the worksheet is a document of my notes from that day. Okay. It's not a final determination. It's just these are things that I saw. Okay. And it kind of can guide me later on if I see something pop up in my, so say I see individual who looks like really bad emphysema, I will go back and look at my notes to see if I thought it looked like that grossly. And then I would put that on my report. So it's a note.
And this fatty liver that we're talking about, am I correct in that it doesn't develop overnight?
I don't know the timing of that. You probably need to talk to a hepatologist about that. So I can't answer that.
Do you recall talking to my investigator and I back in October 2024, and you said, quote, it doesn't develop overnight?
Well, obviously, we talked about this the other day. I don't recall details of our conversation. So no, I don't recall that specific comment, but I don't think it would develop overnight. But for discrete timing, I would talk to the expert in that area.
And do you recall telling us that if someone was a chronic alcoholic, you gave an example in their 20s or 30s, and you do an autopsy in their 50s or 60s, you wouldn't see it?
So this sounds familiar. It's something I would say. So we're talking about how it could recover, I believe.
Yes, yes.
So yeah, if someone drinks profusely early on, the liver can really regenerate itself very well. So yeah, we may not see that decades later or some period of time later. That would be correct.
Okay. Conversely, though, because the fatty liver isn't something that develops overnight, if someone was going on, let's say, a week or two long bender, you would not necessarily see it in your autopsy, correct?
I don't think I would. That probably too quick, but I don't know for a fact.
Okay. And in fact, can I have one moment, please?
Sure.
Apologize. You actually gave my investigator and I an example that when you said it doesn't develop overnight, meaning the fatty liver, that it could be someone could be drinking a lot for 4 to 6 to 8 months and you still would not see a fatty liver, right?
I don't recall that. Again, I don't know the timing. If I had said that, it must have been, I believed that at the time. I don't know if 4, 6, or 8 months is a huge window of time, but I don't know.
Okay. And the point is, though, it takes a substantial amount of alcohol abuse for it to be ultimately reflected in the liver. Is that fair to say?
I don't know that either because I can find fatty livers and people who just have reported regular casual use of alcohol. So I don't know the exact limit. That would, again, would be something I would talk to a hepatologist or a liver expert on that for those specific details.
So when my investigator and I called you back in October 2024 and you gave these examples, is it fair to say that was not something you told us back then?
I don't recall our conversation, which was a conversation, not under oath, not an expert, nothing like that. We were talking about trying to educate you on the basics of this. So I may have given a very layperson explanation during our conversation, but I don't recall what it was.
And that lay opinion and explanation is based on your medical degree too, right?
Medical degree, observations, again, especially when it comes to the liver, it's a huge spectrum of time and insult that you can see these changes from. So I don't know exact timing or duration where you would see these.
Thank you, sir. Nothing
Sure.
further.
All right. And from the state, any cross-examination?
Hello, guy.
Hello,
How are you?
I'm good.
So just to make sure I understand this, the worksheet comes first, and that's some of your notes of things you need to look into.
Just some notes of my observations at that time.
Okay.
Oftentimes it just says pending, so I don't have a clue, so it's variable.
And you noted something about the liver, and you looked into it in this case for Mr. Dickerson.
Yes,
And specifically, your ultimate conclusion after doing your microscopic examination was that Mr. Dickerson had a healthy liver.
yes,
Okay. And that's your final determination, right?
yes. In my report says no abnormality.
And then you were also asked about, well, what if somebody's a chronic alcoholic and all of this? Have you seen chronic alcoholic livers before?
Yes.
Okay. Do they look very different than Mr. Dickerson's?
Again, if it depends on the individual. If we're just going to say a chronic alcoholic, documented history of that,
Yes.
yes, the liver would be microscopically, it would just be full of fat. It'd be very clear, all these white bubbles, it would just be fat. If it's a very bad alcoholism with cirrhosis, I would see that as well. We didn't have that here. I'm assuming based on that note on the worksheet, I saw a pale liver because normally the liver is this nice red brown, but when it's pale, which could be from fat deposition or it could be from massive blood loss. I don't know.
Tell me more about that. Massive blood loss. That could impact the liver?
Well, sure, because blood flows through organs and it gives them that darker color. Kidneys normally look like an actual kidney bean, red-brown color, but when they're lost a lot of blood, it becomes more yellow-tan. It's just an observation because there's no blood flowing through there. Another reason for a pale-looking organ could be the artifactual effects of the heat. that they're in. And here he was in a burning structure. So there are a number of reasons why his liver looked pale. I wrote down a note, I'm assuming at this point, looking back, because I saw it looked pale.
Okay. So to summarize those other aspects, being stabbed in the carotid artery and losing lots of blood like you described could be a factor.
Yes.
And being burnt afterwards in very high heat could be a factor.
Yes.
Those are my questions.
All right, thank you. Any redirect examination? No?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Doctor, you can leave the witness stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And are we ready to resume with Mr. Burrows? Yes, sir. All right. All right. Then we will resume the state's case. Mr. Burrows, you can go ahead and retake your seat. And Mr. Burrows, I will remind you that you are still under oath. And Mr. McCormick, I think we left off with admitting into the record 223. Are you intending on publishing that and asking questions about that at this time?
I am, Judge, and I do have copies to pass out for the jurors to follow on.
All right, thank you. Before you pass that out, ladies and gentlemen, I have an instruction to read you regarding Exhibit 223. The evidence you are about to see and hear in prosecution's Exhibit 223 is presented as only a summary of other evidence. It does not replace your own independent memory or duty as a juror to determine the facts. It also does not place any more weight on the evidence summarized than any other evidence. You may consider it as a summary, but may not consider it for any other reason. Mr. McCormick, you can go ahead and publish. Will you assist Mr. McCormick, please?
All right, stand by.
Yes, and Mr. McCormick, just so that I'm clear, you'll have one official exhibit copy apart from the copies that are provided to the jury? And
Yeah.
maybe if the parties will approach, just so I can clarify that. I understand to be a question from the jury. So with regard to 223, there will be one, for lack of a better word, official copy that is marked, has the exhibit designation marked in red. Everything that you have are copies of that. If you choose to take any notes on there, if you want to, you may. You're not required to do so, but you can use those copies as sort of a working copy. All right. Mr. McCormick, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
No problem. If we could publish 233, please, or 223.
And I should note, if it's not clear, when you go back to the jury room, please don't write on that one. Just only write on this one. Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. McCormick, go ahead.
All right, so Detective Burrows, just to kind of get back into what we were talking about when we broke with your original testimony, you had an opportunity in this particular case to prepare a timeline of events.
That's correct.
And is this timeline is based on all the video surveillance that you observed,
Yes.
both in Mr. Dickerson's neighborhood in downtown Greeley?
Yes.
Did that also include Google locations of Mr. Dickerson?
Yes.
Did that also include phone records of Mr. Dickerson?
Yes.
Phone records of Miss Varela?
Yes.
Is there other information contained in here that you also reviewed during your investigation?
Yes.
What is that?
It speaks to like automatic license plate readers, cell phone indications, cell phone downloads, but it's primarily video surveillance, ALPRs, and then the Google locations and Ms. Varela's cell phone activity.
As well as videos provided to you by Ms. Flores and Mr. Carrasco?
Correct.
So when this, to make sure, these timeline on every date that, or date and time, I guess time that you've entered in there, there's a corresponding exhibit number for reference.
That's correct, yes.
So let's start kind of a little bit at the top and talk about, if you would describe what we're looking at initially.
Yeah, just at the top, I start with October 2nd. And what's to note is just when Christopher leaves for the downtown area.
And so we're clear, underneath of that are corresponding exhibits that have been entered into evidence at this point for review and reference.
Yeah, so essentially when I speak of a specific time, like 11:56 p.m., it says Christopher Dickerson leaves his neighborhood in his blue 2018 Hyundai Elantra. And then in the brackets, it gives the exhibits that basically corroborate this based off the evidence.
And is it fair to call this timeline kind of like an overlay?
Sure.
All right. Turning to page 2, at roughly 12, let's look at number 10, 12:46 a.m. What did you notice about that?
This is just an example. So, you know, especially in this case, I was looking for time when things converged. So when video surveillance converged, when phone records converged, when Google locations converged, and that helped me kind of determine what was going on at that time. So 12:46, you just see two convergences. It's, you know, this is when Christopher arrives at the rear of Cubetta's, and then we cite his Google location shows him arriving at that time or around that time, and then we have video surveillance or still shots that also show him arriving. So it just is showing that the evidence is lining up with the timeline.
Okay. Let's go to page 3, please. Specifically, number 15. And what are we looking at 15?
Again, so this is essentially Christopher is at Roasties at this point. And this is showing when he's inside of the bar. It speaks to when he was inside of the bar. And this time is when he gets a phone call from Dolores Vigil. And she also makes, let me rephrase that. He makes a phone call to Dolores. She receives that phone call, and that's backed by their phone records. And then the video surveillance, this is when you see Dolores holding Christopher's phone at the same time.
All right. And we'll talk about that here in a moment. And then is that consistent through this timeline where you are able to make, like you said, these convergences or things that caught your attention from your review of video and video of the neighborhood and downtown video?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And near the page 10, you incorporated in there as well the October 16th, 2021 date.
Yes.
Right. And that's what you testified to previously today, where the ALPR reader picked up the Malibu on that date in the area of the victim's residence.
That's correct.
All right. So let me ask, I want to ask a series of questions in this particular case. You got involved in this case right away.
Yes.
And when you went, you did go to the scene.
Eventually, yes.
You had other people assisting through the Greeley Police Department in regards to searching the scene.
That's correct.
And that included Detective Blair.
Yes.
And was Detective Blair's primary responsibility to collect evidence if there was any?
Yes.
Now, did you participate in that as well?
I didn't collect any evidence directly, at least from the scene, no.
Once evidence is collected, right, do you have an opportunity to go through it or review it?
Yes.
And do you, depending on the case, consider submitting things for further or additional testing?
Yeah, it's on a case-by-case basis, but that is a determination we make.
And who are we talking about when we say submitting for testing? What type of organizations are we talking about?
Well, it goes to the Weld County Forensic Regional Laboratory and then CBI. That's a determination that we would send things in for them to be tested, and then they would make their determination analysis of the things that we asked or requested to be tested.
So some examples of things to be tested could be if a firearm was recovered or used in a crime?
Correct.
Fingerprints?
Yes.
DNA?
Yes.
There's multiple disciplines that can be tested, right?
Yes.
So based upon your review of the evidence that was collected in this case, did you consider submitting any items of evidence to the lab for further testing?
So the only item we decided to submit was just the video surveillance to help us with that determination of clearing it up. When we looked at and when I reviewed the evidence that was on scene, due to it being an arson and everything being heavily destroyed, there was limited evidence that we could send in at the time.
Is the nature of arson type cases or investigations difficult to send evidence in for further testing?
It makes it challenging because it's not like a normal crime scene where we can have essentially what happened at the time for the most part, and we could gather evidence and try to reconstruct what took place. With an arson, mostly everything's destroyed for the most part. It makes it difficult to make that determination of what actually took place inside of the house.
In this particular case, did you take into evidence some beer bottles or beer cans?
Yes.
All right. Were those sent down for testing?
No.
All right. Where were they located?
The majority, I think, of the intact beer bottles and the cans, I think, were located in a trash can. I know the beer bottle, the Budweiser beer bottle, was located outside. And I think some pumpkin cans were located on the outside too. There might have been one that was located inside, but I think the majority were located outside.
All right. And why weren't those sent down for further testing?
So what that can tell us is essentially if there's serological or DNA evidence on it or latent fingerprints on there. At this time, I knew who was in the house. Stacy was in the house. Christopher was in the house. Hosanna was in the house. I had no doubt about who was in the house. It was unequivocal. So that evidence can't help me further determine anything else because I already know who's in the house.
All right. Now, you're familiar with the term forensic evidence?
Yes.
All right. Would you agree that that's helpful in a case?
It can be.
Would you agree that is it all of the case?
No.
All right. What other types of aspects of a case do you look at?
Forensic evidence is a piece of the case, and it can help us maybe puzzle pieces together or help us understand information we didn't know. But we also have other physical evidence that we gather, like surveillance footage in this case, cell phone records, that type of thing, and then witness statements as well. So it's just a piece of evidence that we look at and consider.
Now, you sat here through the testimony of Detective Blair, former Lieutenant Cobb, and you've seen numerous photographs of Mr. Dickerson's residence.
Yes.
And you recall there being like kitchen knives that were shown in some of the photographs?
Yeah, it looked like some common silverware or things associated with the kitchen, yes.
So were any of those initially collected?
Not that I know of, no.
Right. And were they initially sent down to the laboratory?
No.
Is there a reason why?
We had no indication that they were used at the time. I mean, they were heavily damaged by the fire. But we believed at the time that we had the weapon that killed Christopher Dickerson because it was in his neck. So we weren't sure that there was any other evidence or knife used.
And speaking of that, while you were in the initial day or two of this investigation, you were advised by the coroner of that information?
Objection leading.
Okay. Were you advised by...
And I'm sorry, Mr. McCormick.
I'll do it again.
It sounds like you're going to rephrase.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Were you advised in the initial 24 to 48 hours of anything unusual by the coroner?
If you're speaking to that, yeah, he had an instrument in his neck and he had 5 sharp force injuries, yes.
Right. And were you advised as to what the cause and manner of the death was?
It was a homicide.
Is that important to you in your investigation?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Well, if it's a homicide, that means that somebody killed somebody, so it completely changes the course of our investigation. It wasn't an accidental death or anything along those lines, or medical.
But based upon some of the information that you had at that time, did you secure another warrant for Mr. Dickerson's residence?
Yeah, over an abundance of caution, I secured a second warrant. One of the things we were looking at specifically, if there was any other knives or any other cutting instruments that we missed on the first search.
And what were the results of that second search?
I don't believe that we found anything of note as far as knives. We found some other unrelated material, but nothing as far as like a knife that we could determine that was used in any sort of manner to stab somebody.
This was a fire.
Yes.
Was there anything sent down for analysis to determine causation of the fire?
No.
And why was that?
So when we investigate fire scenes, we look at whether it was intentionally caused, whether it was recklessly caused, or whether it was a non-human causation of the fire. That would be like electrical or something along those lines. In this case, I knew it was intentionally caused because I watched it on video happen. So there was no doubt about whether or not this was an intentional cause. When we don't have direct video evidence or witness evidence, then we look to sending things off to forensics to determine what happened with this fire. And if there's accelerant there, that can help us know if it was intentionally caused. But in this case, I already knew it was intentionally caused because I watched it happen on video.
And also in your investigation, did you converse with then Lieutenant Cobb?
Yes.
Now, through this investigation, the defendant and Ms. Varela were arrested on November 11th of 2021?
They were.
And at that time, were any search warrants prepared for you or by you?
Yes, there was.
And did that include what?
Well, the night that we arrested Hosanna and Stacy, I got a search warrant for the 4540 First Street Road residence where they stopped for that 6 minutes. We searched there. Then in the ensuing days, I got a search warrant for the Malibu, which was used during the morning of the homicide. And then I got a search warrant for the Tahoe, which they switched vehicles from the Malibu to the Tahoe that same morning of the homicide.
In regards to that residence at, you said 4150?
4540.
4540, was anything located there?
Nothing of note, no.
And how is that residence associated with this defendant?
It's her brother's residence. It's also the address she gave us when we arrested her, and it's the registered out to her Tahoe. So that's the address associated with her Tahoe.
And of course, the Malibu you've testified to a lot.
Yes.
That was, and were you able to determine who the individuals in the Malibu were?
Yeah, Stacy and Hosanna.
Right. And the search of the Malibu, what did that yield?
Nothing of note.
And then the Tahoe?
Yeah.
We know from the ALPR reader that was registered to the defendant.
Yes.
And through the course of that search, did you find anything?
Mostly clothing items that I could corroborate were worn either the morning of October 3rd or on October 16th.
And those photographs have been entered into evidence and displayed for the jury?
Yes.
Published for the jury, all right. Now, if I'm correct, the residents, Malibu and Tahoe are all associated with this defendant.
That's correct.
Why did you not search anything in regards to Hosanna Varela?
Well, I did search things in regards to Hosanna Varela. I searched her phone records. I searched her cell phone. I searched her Facebook records, any digital evidence that I could obtain. If I authorized a search warrant for Stacy or sought one, I also sought one for Hosanna. When it came to physical locations, at that time, I did not have anything that was articulable to believe that evidence would be located then inside of that. For instance, when they go after the homicide near the 5800 block of 29th Street, they're in that location from, I think it was 5:57 to 5:59. That's 2 minutes. I had no indication that they went inside. Now that's different to 4540 First Street Road because I know that they were there for 6 minutes. I also know that the phone directly puts, Christopher's phone is directly one house east of 4540. So I know it seems like they went inside a house at that time. And I also know that they switched to the Tahoe at that time. So that's how I looked at those facts and decided that there was more probable that there's evidence at the 4540 residence than associated with Hosanna's family.
Okay. And we'll take a little break, slow down. You're caught up? All right. So let me ask this. I mean, when you're presented with an investigation, do you prioritize what to do?
Yes.
And what are those, how do you do that?
It depends. When everything's first happening, you're trying to gather evidence as quickly as possible. And once you get that evidence, you're trying to go through it.
Okay. So in a case of this particular nature with this set of facts, if you received a text message or phone call from an individual saying, I just witnessed a murder and I'm outside, would you prioritize that case differently?
Oh, I'd prioritize getting that text message, yes.
Okay. Would you make contact with that person?
Yes.
All right. Same thing if somebody called you and said, hey, I just got a text from an individual that said they witnessed a murder, you would prioritize that?
Yes.
All right. Are there ways to corroborate certain types of evidence?
Yes.
Are there ways that there's no way that you can corroborate evidence?
Yeah, I mean, if there's no direct evidence of what took place, and let's say there is only certain evidence leading to what happens inside of, like for this case, the residence, there's certain things I don't know exactly what took place inside. And I can't determine that from the evidence that I am viewing at the time.
So in regards to these types of investigations, do you just kind of get to a limit and stop investigating it?
No, I mean, I'm always looking at evidence again, always thinking, is there another angle we can approach thing, another way that we can come at something?
So in this particular case, from November 11th of 2021 to approximately June 8th of 2022, did you continue to look into and investigate this case?
Yes.
And this is in addition to other cases I assume you were assigned?
Yes.
All right. Now, on June 8th of 2022, did you conduct a proffer with a Hosanna Varela?
I did.
And during that interview, did you receive information from Ms. Varela?
I did, yes.
So when I think you said you've been with the police department for 12 years?
Total law enforcement, close to 13 years.
13 years. And I take it you've interviewed a number of people?
Yes.
Do you formulate an outline, if you will, on how to approach an interview?
Yeah, I have a general one that I do if I don't have time to prepare, but if I have time to prepare like this one, I do prepare ahead of time.
Okay, so you kind of come up with a structured interview.
Yes.
So is it, do people sometimes add new information to the interview process?
I mean, yeah, as that interview goes on, the way I structure it is I let them speak and just tell me what they want to tell me. And then I go back and ask clarifying questions. And as we ask those clarifying questions, more information comes out. Things may change slightly or differ slightly, but we're just trying to elicit more out of them by asking those clarifying questions.
So in regards to the interview or proffer with Ms. Varela on June 8th of 2022, do you have kind of a, for lack of a better term, internal checklist as you're going through information being provided?
Yes.
And you knew the investigation?
Yes.
And a lot of the information that is contained in your timeline, People's 223, you had already, did you know that prior to the proffer?
Yes.
And to be clear, your investigation up to June 8, 2022, was that independent of any information you learned from Ms. Varela during that proffer?
Yes, that was all independent of anything that Hosanna would tell me on June 8th.
When you were conducting your internal check, if you will, with the information provided, were there consistencies with what Ms. Varela was telling you to what you knew from the investigation?
Yes.
All right. Based upon information that she provided to you in the proffer, and as she's telling you this, was the information she provided consistent with, in terms of locations, like being downtown during your analysis?
Yeah, I mean, I saw, she said she was downtown, she gave me the locations, and I knew that to be true because I saw it on video surveillance.
And that was consistent with the information she provided?
Yes.
As far as meeting Mr. Dickerson, did she indicate if they knew, the defendant or Ms. Varela knew him prior to the early morning hours of October 3rd, 2021?
They didn't know him.
And did she tell you when the first time they met?
Yes.
When was that?
As they were leaving Cubetta, as they saw him in the parking lot as they're in the Malibu.
All right, can we publish? Yeah, please.
And I'm sorry, Mr. McCormick, can you give me the number again?
88.
88.
I'm going to publish, these have been entered into evidence already, 88, 89, 90, and 91.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so in regards to People's 88, which we've published before, what do we see here?
That's when Christopher left Roasties. He's walking west to the parking lot, and that's the Malibu that Stacy and Hosanna are in.
And based upon your investigation to that point, right, is that where they, quote, converge or meet?
Yes.
All right. And was there something unusual about this particular photograph or video that you observed that you noted in here?
Just that Christopher's slight turning of his head towards the Malibu, and then he nods briefly.
All right. Can we have 89, please? And again, I know it's kind of hard to see there, but what are we looking at?
It's essentially the same thing. Christopher is next to the Malibu, and his head is turned towards the front passenger window.
And is that consistent with what Ms. Varela told you in her proffer about contacting Mr. Dickerson?
Yes.
And was it consistent with Ms. Varela saying that the defendant said, hey, something to the effect of, do you know where any after parties are?
I mean, that's what she said. She said that's when the conversation took place, and it looks like there's some sort of interaction there.
All right. People's 90. So at that point, you know, through your investigation, that they eventually meet up. Right?
Yes.
All right. And again, people's number 90 is what?
Christopher walking past the Rio.
And if we could have 91, please. And based upon your review, it's hard to see, but can you show us? All right. Thank you. We've zoomed in on people's number 91. What do you see in the reflection?
That's the Malibu going past the Rio as well.
And is that consistent with what Ms. Varela told you, that they followed Mr. Dickerson to his car?
Yes.
All right. And to be clear, Ms. Varela never indicated to you that either she or the defendant had ever been to Mr. Dickerson's before?
Yes.
All right. You can go ahead and take that down. Based upon the information provided in the proffer and your knowledge of the neighborhood surveillance systems that you viewed, was Ms. Varela consistent about when they got to Mr. Dickerson's?
Yes.
All right. Was she consistent about when they left the first time?
Yes.
And based upon your investigation, is that when they left to pick up this Dolores Vigil.
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to verify that how?
Well, I actually spoke to Dolores.
Okay. And you also had video of Mr. Dickerson down at,
leading.
okay. Did you have, let me try it again. Did you have video of Mr. Dickerson at, is it Roasties?
Yes.
Do you recall a picture that was published that he was sitting alone?
Yes.
All right, if I can have just a minute.
Sure.
If I have just a minute, please.
Sure.
All right, apologies. So I'm publishing to you now number 79. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, it's Christopher Dickerson sitting at the bar.
80?
It's him and Dolores hugging, Christopher and Dolores hugging.
81?
It's Dolores with Christopher's phone.
All right. And through your investigation, based upon phone records obtained for Mr. Dickerson, as well as phone records obtained for Ms. Vigil, were you aware that they were communicating?
Yes.
All right. And were those phone calls, did Ms. Varela tell you that at some point during the evening, Mr. Dickerson's phone was getting blown up?
Yes.
You were able to determine, were you able to determine from neighborhood surveillance that the parties left around the time to go pick up Ms. Vigil?
Yes.
And did Ms. Varela tell you that in her proffer that that's where they were going?
She said they were going to like pick up one of Christopher's friends.
Okay. Did you ask Ms. Varela if she could provide a description of that person?
Yeah, and I don't think she really could recount who that person was.
Okay. But she did indicate that they left to pick somebody up.
Correct.
Right. She also, in her proffer, indicated that his phone was blowing up.
Correct.
Or words to that effect. Based upon your review of Ms. Vigil's phone records and Mr. Dickerson's phone records, were you able to verify that there were a number of calls between the two of them at that time?
Yeah, there was a flurry of calls before they went to go pick up Dolores and then after too.
Okay. And did Ms. Varela tell you about, I'll just say, the stereo system that Mr. Dickerson had?
Yeah, she did. She said basically that she had a good time in the car because he had a nice system or something to that effect.
And after they dropped off Ms. Vigil, did she indicate if they came back to Mr. Dickerson's residence?
Yes.
And you were able to verify that by neighborhood video and cell tower data in regards to Ms. Varela's phone?
Correct.
All right. If we could play, and when you reviewed the evidence, did you hear whether or not the car had a system?
Yeah, I mean, specifically in 2406 15th Avenue Courts, the Ring video, you could hear what sounded like music coming from the car. You didn't hear it before the car showed up, and then once the car went in the garage, you didn't really hear it either.
Yeah, I'm going to publish 4B. Or, yeah, 4B, 4B, 4B.
And Mr. McCormick, I'm not sure how much more time that you have, but probably need to take a break at some point here in the next 10 or 15 minutes.
If I can have 2 minutes?
Sure, that sounds good.
All right, go ahead. So when you reviewed that video, could you hear music coming from the car?
Yes.
And you were able to verify that they left again?
Yes.
And at that point is when Mr. Dickerson was murdered?
Yes.
And then you were able to verify that they arrived back
Yes.
at Mr. Dickerson's residence, and you verified that through both video and Ms. Varela's cell phone
Yes.
information. And then eventually they left for the final time Mr. Dickerson's residence in the early morning hours of October 3rd, 2021.
Yes.
And that's when you observed both through neighborhood video, et cetera, the fire to the house.
Yes.
All right, Judge, this would be a good.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon recess at this time. Before I let you go, I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law as I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, I'll ask that you return at 3:30. Please rise for the jury. Thank you. Please be seated. And the court will be in recess until 3:30.
Jenny, are you all set? Okay. All right, thank you.
The court is back on the record in 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. The parties are present as previously captioned. We come back after our afternoon recess and we're outside of the presence of the jury. Any issues that we need to address before we resume with Mr. Burrows?
No, sir.
Okay, anything from the defense? No. All right. Mr. Burrows, you can go ahead and retake your seat and we'll bring the jury out. All right, please rise for the jury. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Burrows, I will remind you that you are still under oath, and Mr. McCormick, you may resume.
All right, thank you. So, Detective, before we left off for the break, we had published what's been admitted in evidence, People's 4B. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And was that the music playing from the car?
Yes.
Had you reviewed that video during the course of your investigation?
Yes.
Did you, in any of your reports, note that?
I don't remember noting that there is music playing. I don't believe that anybody else did.
All right. So let me back up just a little bit. When we talk about reports, we use the term supplement or a number, right?
Yeah.
What is that?
So it's just you have your original report, which is the original officer on scene that's assigned. That's just for administrative reasons. And then after every report succeeding that is called a supplemental report. And then they are numbered. So supplemental report 1, and then it goes on.
So are there a number of supplemental reports in this particular case?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many?
Well over 100.
All right. Now, back to the proffer that you had with Ms. Varela. Was she represented by an attorney?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation with that attorney beforehand?
I had a conversation with Ms. Varela inside the room, yes.
Right. Were you told at that time how much discovery Ms. Varela had reviewed to that point of the proffer on June 8th of 2022?
They told me up to supplemental report 65.
All right.
Hearsay.
Hearsay. Give me just a second. Mr. McCormick, any response?
Judge, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter, sir. Its effect on the listener as to how he took the information from Ms. Varela.
I would ask to approach.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you. Mr. McCormick, if you'll re-ask that last question.
So, Detective, prior to beginning your proffer with Ms. Varela, were you advised as to how much discovery she had read to that point?
Yes, supplemental report 65.
And when I talk about discovery, are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
What is that term?
Essentially, when we author our police reports, gather evidence, we then submit it into our internal database, and then that gets forwarded to the district attorney's office, and then that's later provided to Ms. Rodriguez's counsel.
All right. So back to previously published 4B in regards to the ring video with the stereo sound.
Yes.
Did you, when you got that information, did you go back and re-listen to 4B?
Yeah, when I learned that she talked about there being music being played and it was loud, I went back and I knew that the ring video actually had audio, and I was able to confirm. So what she told me was they were listening to music and they had a good system. And then I see when they returned from that trip that I hear the music as well. So that's something I can corroborate right then.
All right, I want to go back to your timeline and Exhibit 223, please. If we could go to paragraph number 23. And I think it's noted by 2:16 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay. Now at 2:16 a.m., we're going to go back over when they left to pick up Miss Feehill.
Okay.
During your proffer with Miss Varela, she told you that there were a number of phone calls.
Yes.
Were you able to verify that based upon phone records of the victim as well as Miss Feehill?
Yes.
Were you able to verify Miss Varela's presence at the
Yes.
same time?
Yes.
And how were you able to verify that?
So you'll see as it starts at 2:16 a.m., that's when they first arrive at the house, and that's notated by the video surveillance.
Right.
Then at 2:19 a.m., you're going to see 2 phone calls are made from Dolores Feehill's phone number to Christopher's phone number, and both calls are 8 seconds long. Then at 2:25 a.m. and 2:29 a.m., Hosanna Varela's phone records register a connection with the cellular phone tower via data sessions, and that's the tower that's located at Lawrence and Hall near Christopher's residence. Then at 2:34 a.m., 2 phone calls are made from Dolores Feehill's phone number to Christopher's phone number, and again, both calls are 8 seconds long. Then at 2:35 a.m., 1 phone call is made from Christopher's phone number to Dolores Feehill's phone number. The phone call lasts 295 seconds. And then at 2:43 through 2:49, it says movement is observed in the driveway of 2413 15th Avenue Court. And this is when they go and they move the Malibu out of the driveway and they park it in the front. And eventually Christopher, Stacy, and Hosanna leave. I see both females get into the back seat of the vehicle, and Christopher's obviously the driver.
And you saw the 2 females get in the back. Did Miss Varela tell you in her proffer where her and the defendant sat?
Yeah, they said they sat in the back seat.
Right. And you're able to verify that through video surveillance?
Yes.
All right. As well as the phone records you just talked about?
Yes.
All right. Then they leave Mr. Dickerson's residence and proceed to pick up Miss Feehill.
Correct.
All right. So you observed that on number 29 at 2:49 a.m. Is that what you observed?
Yes.
And you can see that through Exhibit 2C, which is video surveillance.
Correct.
Were you able to also track from Ms. Varela's phone records that she had lost contact with the tower at Lawrence Hall?
Yeah, at 2:50 a.m., she's no longer connected to that cell phone tower near Christopher's residence.
All right. And then as you were tracking Mr. Dickerson through this process, did you note him down around 8th Avenue between 254? Well, there's a timestamp, correct, right?
Correct. There's a difference between the Google location, which I confirmed, Christopher showing him near 8th Street and 11th Avenue, and then also, 8th Avenue and 11th Street, and then the actual video surveillance from La Taramara Market, which was 3 minutes later, where I actually see the Elantra make a U-turn at 11th Street and 8th Avenue.
And then Ms. Varela and her proffer indicated that after dropping off Ms. Vigil, they went back to Mr. Dickerson's residence?
Yes.
And you're able to verify that at approximately 3:06 a.m. in paragraph 32, that Ms. Varela's phone is then connected back to the cell tower at Lawrence and Hall on the UNC campus.
Yes.
You're also able to verify their return home by neighborhood video surveillance.
Correct.
And those were exhibits 2D and 4B, right?
Correct.
Now they're there for approximately an hour or so.
Yes.
And during your review of the video surveillance, did you observe any other movement in between that, I'm going to say hour?
Yeah, so at 4:09 a.m. to 4:16 a.m., you see people in the front yard. Specifically, I can make out three figures, two large figures, and then I can see Christopher because he's much taller and slender. It looks like they're outside on that front kind of door stoop area. Looks like they're going back inside the house because the door is ajar to the front door. And then you can also pick out Christopher's dog because it's white walking around the front yard area. And eventually everybody walks back into the house at around 4:16 a.m. I think Christopher's the last one to go inside the house.
And during your proffer with Ms. Varela, did she indicate if Mr. Dickerson did, in fact, have a dog?
Yes.
And then at approximately 5:08 a.m., what do you observe there in paragraph 35?
That's what we see in video surveillance from 2406 15th Avenue Court. That is the front door to Christopher's residence opening, and that's when you see the large figure exit the house and then go into the driver's side of the Malibu, enter the Malibu, and then the interior lights to the vehicle turn on, and then the headlights and taillights to the Malibu turn on.
And then during that same time frame, were you able to see another individual exit the house?
Yes, I was.
All right, and let's paragraph 36. I'll come back to 35. Paragraph 36, what did we see at 5:11?
So, after that approximate 3-minute time frame, that's when you see the second large figure exit the residence, walk out to the passenger side of the Malibu and get into the Malibu. And at that point, around that time, the Malibu's headlights turn off, and then the Malibu then leaves south on 15th Avenue Court towards 25th Street.
During your proffer with Ms. Varela, did she tell you that around that time she was instructed by the defendant to exit the house and get in the car?
Yes.
Were you able to verify that based upon video surveillance?
Yes.
Then you said approximately 3 minutes later, another individual walks out of the house.
Yes.
Right? And was there any, based upon your review of the video, was there any urgency or rush to get out of the house?
It didn't appear so, no.
Right. Did you notice that the car lights or headlights of the vehicle Malibu were on or off when it left?
They were off when it left.
Right. And then in regards to Mr. Dickerson's phone, were you able to track movements away from the house at that point?
I was, yes.
Right. Were you able, through your investigation, to determine if Mr. Dickerson's phone was operating and functioning properly the early morning hours of October 3rd, 2021?
Objection 702.
Well, I'll rephrase it.
Okay, if
Let's get this way.
if you're going to rephrase, go ahead.
You had a chance to review Mr. Dickerson's, it's called a Google Takeout.
Correct.
Right? What is Google Takeout?
That's essentially it's pulling everything from the Google account. So that includes like emails, location history, web searches, and things along that line. So it's the entirety of that Google account.
And did you know if his phone was tied to that Google account?
It was.
And that phone shared his location.
Objection leading.
Did the phone share the location with Google? Did Mr. Dickerson's phone share the location with Google as he went downtown?
Yes, it did.
Were you able to track those movements of Mr. Dickerson that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did it appear to you that the phone was operating in order for it to record the location information?
It was, because I was able to verify that by the video surveillance of him arriving at a location and then his phone location also matching with his arrival at the video location.
So back to paragraph 36 at approximately 5:11 in the morning, You see the second figure come out,
Correct.
get into the Malibu, correct?
Yes.
And the vehicle drives away.
Correct.
But based upon your review of Mr. Dickerson's Google locations and his Google takeout, the phone went with him.
That's correct.
During your review of the video surveillance, did you observe or see any other individuals other than the two people walk into the car?
No.
And you knew at that time, based upon your review, did you note if Ms. Varela's phone was no longer connected to the cell tower at Lawrence and Hall?
Yeah, so I note under 511 that Hosanna's cellular phone is no longer connected to the cellular phone tower located at Lawrence and Hall.
So you have all this information from that you knew ahead of time from your T-Mobile phone records,
Yes.
from the Google location of Mr. Dickerson,
Correct.
video surveillance from the neighborhood,
Correct.
and then you had a still photo of the Malibu leaving from the video surveillance.
Correct.
And you knew at that time that Mr. Dickerson was not in the vehicle,
Correct.
his phone was working,
Yes.
and that the phone left that particular area.
Yes.
Is that what Ms. Varela told you in the proffer, how they ended up leaving at 5:08?
That's correct. Or at 511.
5:11. Now at 5:18, paragraph number 38, 5:18 through 5:20, were you able to track or locate Mr. Dickerson's phone?
I was.
And were you able to determine a general location of that phone?
It was near the Cosmic Market gas station.
All right. Judge Ferry, a minute, please.
Sure.
Do you have date stamps or image numbers? Do you want this back?
I'm sorry, Ms. Dever, I couldn't. Yes, please. Mr. McCormick, I apologize. I'm not sure if we got quite close to the point where you formally were offering those for admission. Have you done that already?
Not yet.
Okay. Then, Mr. McCormick, go ahead and continue.
All right. So Detective Burrows, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 226 and 227. You recognize those photographs?
I do, yes.
Those photographs, where did you obtain those photographs?
So from the Celebrite report, I was able to pull the latitude and longitude from Christopher's Google locations from his phone, and then I plugged them into Google Maps, and it gave me those locations.
Does that accurately reflect what you observed when you did that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move into evidence People's 226 and 227.
And Ms. Devereaux, any further record as to those two exhibits?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Noting the defendant's position, I will accept into evidence states 226 and 227, and you may publish where appropriate.
Well, I'd like to publish People's 112 first, please. So what are we looking at here, Detective Burrows?
So what you see is the complete loop from when they left at 5:12 a.m. They went this direction, came down over here at the bottom left of the screen, and this is where Cosmic Market is, and then the return trip at 5:24, and this is Christopher's phone location. When I first reviewed Christopher's Google account, I was actually on Google and I had access from Alan Dickerson. It didn't give me all the times where stops were made or where the phone location was made. When I learned from Hosanna that they went to the Cosmic Market gas station, I knew they're in that general area. I went back into the Celebrite report. I went and I started tracking the movement of.
This is non-responsive.
I'll allow the witness to continue to answer.
I went back through the Celebrite report and began tracking the movements from when they left to when they returned. And I noted at 5:18 a.m. and 5:20 a.m. that they stopped at the Cosmic Market gas station. And I was able to do that by pulling the latitude and longitude associated with those times, plugging into the Google Maps, and then it showed me a location.
If we could publish 226, please. And what are we looking at here?
So this is Christopher's phone location at 5:18 a.m. And you can see that the red kind of arrow represents the phone location, and this is the Cosmic Market gas station.
And 227, please.
Again, this is the red arrow is representing Christopher's phone location, and this is the Cosmic Market gas station.
And were you able to determine approximately how long that they were there at the Cosmic gas station?
Yeah, all I can say is that it registered location at 5:18 a.m., 5:20 a.m. It's in that area.
Right. Let me show you what has already been entered into evidence as People's 177. You recognize that?
I do, yes.
What is that, a map of?
So this is another aerial view of the Cosmic Market gas station. It's located right here towards the bottom of the screen. This is Highway 34. This is a bridge right here. This is 28th Street. This is 23rd Avenue, 27th Street.
And when you spoke with Ms. Varela at her proffer on June 8th, 2022, did she describe that location to you?
What she described in the proffer is that it was across the street from Almanzita's restaurant, which is right here.
All right. Now, based upon your review, were you able to determine if Ms. Varela's phone had reconnected to that Lawrence and Hall tower?
Yes, around 5:19 a.m. it reconnects to that tower location.
And at 5:24 a.m. in paragraph 40, what were you able to observe?
That's when the Malibu returns back to Christopher Dickerson's residence.
And during that time, is that what Ms. Varela told you in the proffer that she provided?
Yes, she said that they went to the Gaza Market or near. She said you went to a gas station, described the area, and then she said they went back to the residence after that.
Was that consistent in People's Exhibit 2, which is video surveillance from 2436 15th Avenue Court?
It was.
Was it consistent with evidence, Exhibit number 3E, video surveillance evidence from 2406 15th Avenue Court?
It was.
Consistent with Exhibit 4C, video surveillance from 2405 15th Avenue Court?
It was.
Was it also consistent with Exhibit number 112, the Google location for Mr. Christopher Dickerson's phone?
Yes.
What does Ms. Varela tell you when they arrive back at Mr. Dickerson's residence?
That she stays in the vehicle and that Stacy goes inside of the residence.
Were you able to observe that based upon your review of video surveillance?
I was, yes.
All right. And you noted only one person went in the house?
That's correct.
Do you remember or recall how long that individual was in the house?
For approximately 4 minutes.
And then what do you observe on the video surveillance from the neighborhood at that time?
So you first see at 5:27 a.m., you see the light from the bay window. You see a glow, which I interpret to be the fire starting. Then at 5:28, you see the front door open to Christopher's residence. You see a large figure backlit by the fire inside, and you see them walking out to the Malibu, getting into the passenger side of the Malibu, and then the Malibu leaving, again, southbound on 15th Avenue Court.
And again, that's verified by previously admitted Exhibits 3E.
Correct.
As well as Exhibit 2G.
Correct.
And then what about, in paragraph 43, the location of Mr. Christopher Dickerson's phone?
And so when the Malibu leaves, then you see Christopher's phone leave. It begins also traveling in a northwestern direction away from 2413 15th Avenue Court.
And you were aware, provided with the autopsy report from Dr. Burson,
Yeah.
and you knew based upon that information that Mr. Dickerson had already been deceased before the fire.
Objection leading.
If you can rephrase, Mr. McCormick.
You received the autopsy report.
I did, yes.
Was there information provided to you about the time that Mr. Christopher Dickerson was deceased?
Prior to the fire.
Once you reviewed video surveillance and observed the flames, what did you notice about Mr. Christopher Dickerson's phone?
It was leaving.
Okay. Now, when you reviewed, well, let me ask you this. Did Ms. Varela indicate that Mr. Christopher Dickerson had a dog?
Yes.
All right. Did she say anything about the dog? Any descriptions about the dog?
He was a white dog.
Okay. When you observed or reviewed the body-worn camera of Officer Josh Flores and Officers Flores and Berkeley, what did you observe?
It's more what I heard. I think when Officer Berkeley goes up on the fence on that would be the south or the north side of the residence, you can hear what sounds like a dog barking in that general direction in the fenced area.
Were you aware if Mr. Dickerson's home had a fenced yard?
It did, yes.
And from those body-worn cameras that have already been, or footage that have already been entered into evidence, can you clearly hear a dog barking in the backyard?
Yes.
Now, once Ms. Varela told you they left the area after the fire had started, what were you able to observe from her phone records and connectivity to the Lawrence Hall cell tower?
So, yes. So we see at 5:28 a.m. The Malibu leaving. 5:30 we see Christopher's phone also not at the residence anymore. And then at 5:32 a.m. Hosanna Varela's phones are no longer connected to the tower near his residence.
And at paragraph number 45, at approximately 5:33 and 48 seconds a.m., what was determined there?
So Christopher's phone registered a location near 35th Avenue and 25th Street at 5:34 a.m. And then at the same time, the automatic license plate reader, the ALPR, that's when it captured the Malibu going through 25th Street and 35th Avenue.
In your proffer with Ms. Varela, did she tell you that they took the victim's phone?
Yes.
Right. Did she indicate that a ring was taken?
Yes.
Based upon your observations of both the scene and photographs, did you find an open ring box?
Yes.
Did you ever find the ring?
Not that we found, no.
Ms. Varela also told you that the defendant dug through Mr. Dickerson's pockets
Yes.
and took a debit card.
I'll allow that question to frame the witness to the testimony.
Yes.
Right. When you, was there also an indication that they had gone through Mr. Dickerson's closet and put clothes on the bed?
Yes.
When you reviewed downtown videos of Mr. Dickerson in the downtown Greeley area,
Yeah.
did you ever come across a video that indicated how he ended up paying for a drink?
Yeah, when I reviewed that video at Roasties, when he was closing his tab, he pulled a card from his front pocket. I didn't see him with a wallet. Furthermore, we found his wallet inside of the Hyundai Elantra, which was in the garage.
Okay. So in paragraph 45 at 5:33, that's when your the automated license plate recognition trailer picked up the Chevy Malibu.
Correct.
All right. And then Exhibit 114, is that the location where the ALPR trailer was located and Mr. Dickerson's phone? Did they merge or coincide?
Yeah, essentially this is where you see at 534 Christopher's location, phone location, is up at the top there of the screen on the top left. And then right around here is where the ALPR was located.
Right. Did Ms. Varela tell you where they went after they left Mr. Dickerson's and the fire started?
It said they eventually ended up at Stacy's brother's residence, the 4540 First Street Road.
And in regards to paragraph number 48, between 6:13 and 6:19 a.m., is that where you noted that they ended up at that residence?
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
Or near that residence.
And with Mr. Dickerson's takeout, Google takeout, you were able to verify movements of the phone?
Yes.
Okay, I have published 117. What are we looking at here?
This is just at 6:13 a.m. You can see where Christopher's phone is stopped. It's right up here.
And is that in the area of the 4540 First Street Road?
Yes.
All right. Do you notice, based upon your review of Mr. Dickerson's phones, that his phone then travels a different direction after leaving the 4540 First Street Road?
Yes.
And what direction was that?
It comes out onto, that would be 4th Street, and then starts traveling east.
I have Exhibit 119 up there. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
All right. Now, at some point later in the morning, about 5 minutes later, was Miss Varela's phone, based upon your review of her records, connected back to the Lawrence and Hall cell tower?
Yeah, at 6:32 a.m.
6:32. What did you notice about Mr. Dickerson's phone at 6:33 a.m.?
It was traveling in about the 2500 block of 11th Avenue.
Did Miss Varela tell you in her proffer with you what they were doing during this time?
By this time, they'd switched to Tahoe, and they were traveling. She said to switch to the Tahoe, essentially.
Switched to the Tahoe and took Mr. Dickerson's phone?
Yes.
All right. Based upon your review of, and This would be Exhibit 132.
Yes.
Is that the ALPR of the Tahoe?
Yeah.
And that came across at 6:33 a.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. At 6:35 a.m., were you able to determine if Mr. Dickerson's phone last registered?
Yes.
All right. And that would be exhibit number 121?
Correct.
And you recall roughly the area?
It was about 11th Avenue and 31st Street.
Okay. All right. And then, as you testified previously, you had set up the ALPR reader closer to Mr. Dickerson's residence after the fire.
Yes.
The Malibu that was registered to the defendant's brother and mother appeared on that
That's correct.
day. All right. And that's people's number 133.
Correct.
All right. And then you also verified that it was a vehicle by previously admitted Exhibit 3G as in Gordon.
Correct.
All right. Video surveillance from 2406 15th Avenue Court.
Correct.
And then on November 11th of 2021, that's when the defendant and Ms. Varela were contacted and arrested.
Correct.
All right. During the course of Ms. Varela's proffer, did she indicate that there was, they were drinking in the house?
Yes.
Did she specify what brand they were drinking or what type of beer or anything they were drinking?
One of the things she mentioned was a Budweiser.
Did you have an occasion to review all the reports and search yourself? Did you find any Budweiser bottles inside the house?
None on the inside.
Right. Were they on the outside?
Yes.
People's 145. So I'm showing what's been marked as people's number 145, all right? So in a case like this, are there a number of photographs taken?
Yes.
I mean, approximately how many?
Probably hundreds.
Okay. Did you, when she was, Ms. Varela told you about that, did you go back and review the reports and information to determine if you could see anything of that nature?
Yeah, so I knew that we collected a Budweiser bottle, and then I went back to look and see where we could have collected it. The only picture I found, and what they noted in the reports, I think Officer Blair, was this bottle right here, which has a red kind of label right there.
All right. So out of all those pictures that were taken in terms of investigation and collection, was this the only one that had that bottle in it?
That we can found intact.
All right. Were there any alcohol containers found inside the house?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind?
I don't. I think most of them were damaged. I don't remember if there was labels on there or not, but they were pretty heavily damaged.
When Ms. Varela had her proffer with you, did you have her draw a diagram to kind of lay things out inside the house?
Yes.
Did she do that?
Yes.
All right. Now, you had previously testified, well, let me ask you this. People's 140. This is People's 144. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is that a diagram that was prepared by then Lieutenant Greg Cobb of the Greeley Police Department?
It was, yes.
Do you recall what supplement of yours that report would have been provided to you and subsequently to the prosecution and defense?
Sup number 80.
Okay. If we could, 231. So what I have up there now is Peoples 231, okay? That is that correct? That's the diagram that Ms. Varela drew for you in the proffer?
It is, yes.
And she had not seen diagram prepared by then Lieutenant Cobb of the fire department.
What I can say is she said she reviewed up to sub
Your Honor,
65.
objection.
What's that?
This is hearsay without any kind of exception.
All right, I think we've addressed this specific question, so I'm going to overrule the objection and the witness can answer.
What I can say is she reviewed up to sub 65. This was placed into our system and given to the DA's office at sub 80. So she only reviewed up to sub 65, then this came after that sub 65.
Okay. And in regards to Peoples 144, did Lieutenant Cobb indicate where Mr. Dickerson was found?
Yes, you can see the stick figure on the diagram. It's in the living room. This is the living room area. This is next to the kitchen. And this represents a couch, or I think a couch or a bay window right there.
And in Peoples 231, did Ms. Varela indicate where Mr. Dickerson was last seen?
Essentially the exact same area. This is the front door, and then here's the couch right here.
All right, thank you. The hand you has been entered as Peoples 143.
Yes, that is the rat tail file that was found embedded in Christopher's neck.
When Miss
Back to that clarification, or to that classification.
Which, I'm not sure what you mean by classification. Sure. The objection's overruled. The witness can answer.
Thank you.
Proceed.
So in regards to Peoples 143, right?
Correct.
All right. That is the weapon that was taken from Mr. Dickerson's neck.
Correct.
Did Ms. Varela in her proffer to you describe that weapon?
Yes.
Do you recall how she described that weapon?
She described it as like a file that can maybe sharpen a knife, and it had like a white handle. It's either a white handle or a tape around the handle that was white.
Did Ms. Varela describe to you where on Mr. Dickerson's neck these injuries occurred? Or excuse me, where they occurred?
On his neck.
All right. And was that consistent with what you had observed in the coroner's report authored by Dr. Burson, the pathologist?
Correct.
All right. Did Ms. Varela indicate to you what end of that Peoples 143 was used by the defendant in stabbing Mr. Dickerson in the neck?
I don't think she indicated that to me specifically.
Indicated to you that she was able to watch Mr. Dickerson's stomach breathing?
If you're referring to like his last breath, then yes.
Okay. And she indicated to you that she was watching Mr. Dickerson take his last breath before the fire started.
That's correct.
Was that again consistent with Dr. Burson's autopsy findings in regards to Mr. Dickerson?
That's correct.
And are you aware, or do you recall what supplement you would have authored that contained Dr. Burson's coroner's report?
It was Sup 81.
In regards to People's Exhibit 212, are you familiar with this document?
I am, yes.
And that is what we call notes from Ms. Varela's iCloud account.
That's correct.
And you've had an opportunity to review that both in your investigation and preparation for trial and as it's been admitted.
That's correct.
In that particular account, does she, Ms. Varela, write about an incident with the defendant that involved a knife?
She did.
That also involved Ms. Varela's clothes getting cut off.
That's correct.
When you spoke to Ms. Varela during her proffer on June 8th of 2022, did she tell you the same set of facts?
She did.
All right. Now, during your entire investigation into this case, did you ever receive any calls from Ms. Varela regarding that this was a case of self-defense?
No.
During your entire investigation, did you ever receive any calls from the defendant that said this was a case of self-defense?
No.
During your entire investigation,
On the defendant, we'd ask to strike.
I'll sustain the objection and strike that question and answer.
did you ever, during your entire investigation, get any phone calls at all in regards to the fire at Christopher Dickerson's house that indicated it was self-defense?
No.
Objection.
I will sustain that objection and strike that question and answer.
Did you get any calls at all during your investigation about any other information at Mr. Dickerson's house?
Nothing about the facts of how Christopher was killed and what role of each person was.
All right.
Your Honor, objection, same objection.
All right, I'll overrule that objection.
In regards to the defendant's Facebook, did you author a production of records for that information?
I did, yes.
And were you provided that information?
I was, yes.
And that has been previously entered into evidence as People's Number 194?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review that information provided to you from the Facebook records?
I did.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People 203. Ask you to take a look at that, please.
Okay.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yeah, this is a conversation between Stacy Rodriguez and Ernesto Rodriguez, which is her brother.
Does that accurately reflect the conversation that was had in relation to the records that you were provided?
Yes, it does.
All right, at this time I'd move into evidence People's 203.
Any objection to 203?
Hearsay.
I'm sorry?
Hearsay.
And Mr. McCormick, am I correct in understanding that this is just a portion of the documents that have already been introduced?
That's correct. This is 203 is in relation to People's 194.
All right, given the 194 has already been introduced, I will allow the state to present a portion of that exhibit through 203. So I will overrule the objection, admit 203 into the record, and you may publish at your discretion.
Did you have an occasion to review the Facebook records of the defendant?
Yes.
Did you come across a conversation between her and an Ernesto?
Yes.
Were you able to determine who this Ernesto individual was?
It's her brother.
Right. And did this conversation take place on October 29th of 2021?
It did. On the Facebook records, it says it took place on October 30th, but that's because it's in UTC time. So when you subtract 6 hours, then it's actually on October 29th.
All right, I published number 203. Would you go ahead and read it, and then who you're reading? State the name of who you're reading.
Yes. Stacy Rodriguez, how are you? Ernesto, bien at work. Stacy, I feel like I'm done. Ernesto, and you? Stacy, like dealing with problems. Ernesto, what you mean? Stacy, like I just want to be happy, but I can't. Ernesto, you could, why not? Ernesto, I'm gonna butcher this. Echali ganas? Stacy, I feel like I just don't have no one. I'm literally going through the hardest part of my life, and IDK if I want to keep going. Ernesto, Y Timora Q? Stacy, I feel like I want comfort, but Hosanna gives it to me, but I don't want it from her. Stacy, I think that thing I did is getting to me now. Stacy, like the guilt and regret. Stacy, and I can't even talk to no one about it. Ernesto, oh. Stacy, I just want to be alone, but I can't even be at my place. Stacy, I miss my life. Ernesto, well, just relax, fool. Shit happens. It happened for a reason, dog. Take a deep breath. Try to sleep, rest. Ernesto, I gotta go, fool. We'll talk. Despu. And Stacy ends with, I can't. Every time I close my eyes, I see him.
On November 11th, 2021, was defendant Ms. Varela contacted and eventually arrested?
Yes, she was.
Was there a body-worn camera of the defendant's arrest?
Yes.
Was that recorded by who?
Detective Hunziker.
And is that in reference to Exhibit 142?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd like to publish People's number 142.
Yes, go ahead.
You're not going to object to cumulative. We've already watched this.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. The state can publish 142.
Hi there. Hey, Detective Hunziker, VDPD. What's your name? Stacy. Stacy. Okay. Were you guys coming here for a reason?
For what?
In the parking lot?
Oh, well, my alarm was here and it's like,
Your alarm?
yeah, I don't see it.
The what?
My alarm.
piece of paper real quick, okay? So we're working on a case. Do you mind if I talk to you for a couple minutes about it? Okay. Does this person look familiar?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen him before?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been to the Convictus Bar downtown Greeley?
Yeah, a couple times.
Okay. What, do you remember when you were there last?
Last Thursday?
Last Thursday? And prior to that?
I don't know. I would go often, yeah. Kind
Okay. So you've been there often?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen this person before at the bar there?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been to 23? Correction, it's 2413 15th Avenue Court in Greeley?
No.
It's all rough, like by 25th Street, 11th Avenue.
No, it's in the big
What's that?
sports betting?
Well, it's a house.
Oh. No.
Okay.
I go to like after parties, but I don't think in there.
Okay. Would there be any reason that you don't remember him because you were too drunk to remember him?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay. Would you have been too drunk to say that you were been over at that house?
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I can't imagine.
You don't think you've been there? Okay. What vehicle do you usually drive? This one? Okay. Is there any other vehicles that's registered to you?
No. You can check, right?
Okay. Yeah.
No, it's only this one.
Okay. And is that Hosanna?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you guys friends?
Yeah.
Okay. More than friends?
Hey.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you girlfriends?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, like, announcing kind of like,
Whose vehicle is this?
This is mine.
Okay. What vehicle does Hosanna drive?
She has
She doesn't have one? Okay.
Well, I think she used to, but I don't know what happened to that. You can like ask her about that.
Okay. Do you drive a Malibu?
No, I don't.
You don't? Okay. Have you ever driven a Chevy Malibu?
No.
Okay.
I don't know this one.
Just this one?
I think I'm gonna have my title.
What's that?
My title, do you want it?
For the Suburban? No, that's okay. I can run the license plate if I need it. So you never driven a Chevy Malibu?
No.
Is there Chevy Malibu registered anyone that you know? Like a silver Chevy Malibu?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Can I get your current address?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I talked to Stacy here. She said she doesn't know who this is. She was at Cubetta's, last Thursday, and maybe a week or two prior to that.
I would go off and play not.
Yeah. She doesn't believe she's ever been to the 2413 15th Avenue Court address. She doesn't know anybody who drives a silver Chevy Malibu.
No.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And have you ever driven a Chevy Malibu? No. Okay. What's your current address right now?
45. 40. West First Street.
Here in Greeley?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your current phone number?
970.
Okay.
22.
22 59. Okay. Okay. All right, Stacy, you step out of the car for me. You grab it.
let's go to the shower, okay? So I was like, I can't.
Second. And put your fingers together. There you go. Yeah. We're gonna double.
Put two handcuffs on you so it's a little bit easier for you.
There you go.
He was gonna poker stick me on you right now. Can you just spread your feet for me? Oh, are these actual pockets? Nope. Why is that? Like most women's pants don't have.
No, they're like the most cool that you
Okay. Anything hidden in your bra or anything like that? Money, cigarettes, lighters, anything like that? Okay. Just wait a few minutes. Let's figure it out.
I said that you showered.
What's that? What was that?
I said that you showered.
Oh, okay. Do we have transport? Okay. We'll probably run to the station real quick. Detective Burrows can talk to you. He might give you a chance to do that. Okay. Specs 346.
Good question.
356. Show if you know custody.
Can you repeat that?
Custody, female.
How did you get to it? That's why it's going to job. Oh, job.
No, just lean against that chair. You just face me, just lean against the chair. Maybe get out of the wind just a little bit.
Thank you.
Yep.
What are they telling me?
I can't hear.
What you're arrested for?
No.
Being arrested for first-degree murder, arson, burglary, and tampering accessory. Okay.
Is there proof of that?
Yes. Okay. If you want to talk to me, I'll hear your story. I'm going to talk to you. Okay. It's up to you. You don't have to talk to me, but if you want to tell me your story, I'll listen to you. Okay. But I do have proof. There's no. It's not a coincidence I ended up here right now. Okay. So it's up to you. Would you like to speak to me about it? Like I said, you don't have to.
Judge, given the time, I think this would be an appropriate point to stop for the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for the evening. Give me just a moment. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of the case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law as I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, we'll be in recess for the evening. I'll ask that you reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30, and we'll resume with testimony at that time. Please rise for the jury. Please be seated. And the court will be in recess until 8:30.
Your Honor, there's one issue I'd ask the court to address before we leave tonight. I'm sorry.
It's
really brief.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, just based on the testimony the court just heard, the prosecution's reliance on Ms. Varela only seeing supplement 65 and asserting that that is some sort of verification of that her story is consistent, I would be asking the court to order that they disclose to us under Rule 16, specifically Part 1A1, Roman numeral 3, which says any reports or statements, I'm sorry, not reports or not 3. One moment. Sorry, Roman numeral 2, which is the prosecuting attorney shall disclose to the defense any material or information within their possession or control which tends to negate the guilt of the accused. Sorry, I'm trying to hurry for the judge. So I'm asking the court to order them to disclose to us their Colorado criminal e-discovery certificate, I think it's documentation or report as to when Ms. Varela was discovered by their office up to or supplement 65, because otherwise we don't have any ability to verify what day that she received that. And I'd actually ask for any sort of e-discovery documentation as to when she received discovery and what discovery it was leading up to June 8th, 2022, which was the proffer date.
From the state, any response?
Well, Judge, that's a question for the attorney. Everybody's download of discovery is different. When they get it, when they can access it. The other problem I have here is that that's been discovered. At the beginning of the proffer interview, that discussion is on the DVD as to what Ms. Varela had reviewed up to that point, and that's where she says supplement 65 or sub 65.
But your other problem is we don't have any way of verifying that, and there is a way because their website, their Colorado e-discovery, which is literally a Colorado District Attorney Council website, has their emblem on it, says not only the date that discovery is made available, but also the date it was downloaded by every party. They have access, it's within their possession or control, and it is not something that we can get otherwise because I am not attorney of record in her case, and it does negate potentially the guilt and also would be impeachment evidence for Ms. Varela, especially since the prosecution is so heavily relied on it. It's not a very hard request either, considering all they have to do is log on and print it.
Are these logs easy to obtain, or I'm not sure how they're kept? I've never had to use that website, so I'm not super familiar with it.
Yeah, logs are kept of discovery for e-packets, but I think what the court needs to understand, let's take, for example, the discovery violation request that Ms. Devereaux had. We had provided those handwritten letters years ago. They had been downloaded by their office years ago, but clearly that hadn't been discussed with their client at a certain point. So what she's asking for is a download as to when things were provided. And it's clear that there would be a difference and a discrepancy when something is provided to a defense attorney versus when and if they actually share it with the defense attorney, with their client. And so I think there's a massive distinction that the court should have here, because the public defender's office gets discovery routinely, but until they actually meet with their client for it, that those are two different dates. And specifically here, we have that there would be other supplements at the time of the proffer, but a specific date or line in the sand as to what she has reviewed in leading up to the proffer, and that's contained on the proffer interview. So that's the relevant supplement at that time.
Can I ask, because I'm not familiar with the computer process, and correct me if I'm understanding, if my understanding is incorrect, those logs would show the date that they were made available and then would show the date of the download of those materials by whoever it was made available to?
Correct.
Okay, and that's basically the extent of it?
Yes.
Okay. Based on that record and based on the defendant's position, I am going to deny the request to compel the state to produce those logs pursuant to Rule 16.
And Your Honor, I would just make an appellate record. Your Honor, this is grossly depriving Ms. Rodriguez of her constitutional rights to due process and effective assistance of counsel. This material is clearly within their possession and control over it. It's readily available to them, and now we have absolutely no way of cross-examining the fact that Ms. Varela did in fact have beyond E65 at the time of her proffer. And I'd be making these requests under both the Colorado and United States constitutions.
All right, thank you. Court will be in recess.
Just thought of something.
System's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the